Hi, and welcome to TPK Roleplay. This is The Curse of the Sea Wraith, which is a Crucible magazine one-shot adventure. It is a level 14 or 15, I forget, players can remind me in a moment, adventure. And yeah, hopefully it's going to be fun. I am Harrison, your DM tonight. We'll just go around in overlay order. If you can just say who you are and who you'll be playing tonight, we'll go through art and character introductions later. So first up is Copper.
Hi everyone, Copper Leo here. We're just introducing ourselves, you said? Not our characters yet?
Yeah, just your character and your character name.
Okay. I am going to be playing Prince Leviticus Tidewalker. I am a Triton Paladin of Devotion.
Brilliant, thank you. Then we're on to Dev.
Hey everyone, it's Dev Develops, and for this session, I am Pharaoh, the Aasimar Light Cleric. On to Hyacinth.
Hiya, I'm Hyacinth. I'm going to be playing Harbor, our Tiefling Sea Sage, Sea Sorcerer.
Fantastic, thank you everybody. A really nice little adventure this. Everything's very, very easy going. There is no horror or calamity whatsoever. You've all actually been in the town of Port Mercy for this adventure, which is a little coastal town in the Three Lands. You have been up to your own business. We'll go through in a minute and see how long you feel like your characters have known each other, how you've come to pass. But you have all left the city after being there for a period of time, whether you were helping out with quests and good deeds or dirty deeds done dirt cheap, and you are all leaving on a ship. Would anyone like to tell me the name of your ship?
You know, you think we would have discussed that.
No, there were certain things I've deliberately kept till now just to throw at you. This isn't a ship you own. It could be a trade ship you've all found your way on. It could be a bit of a shady merchant who's been willing to smuggle you out. It's up to you, but I want someone to decide what this ship is called.
I want something like dramatic, like the Queen's Misery.
The Queen's Misery it is. Thank you, Hyacinth. And then either Dev or Copper. What sort of ship is this? What's its purpose? Whoever doesn't answer gets the next question. Looks like Copper's going for it.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Oh, jeez.
So this is actually a ship that we own together.
The yacht.
And we're currently using it for a quest that we're on.
What is that quest? I'm going to keep that one with you, Copper. I've got a different question.
Okay. Just want to make sure. So part of that quest has to do with my backstory. I'm the middle son of a kingdom of Tritons, and I was afflicted with a disease at birth, which left me physically weak. And basically, my father was ashamed of me. They tried to use things to hide me away, but eventually they just sent me on the polite royalty way to get rid of someone, which is study abroad. But basically, my father has died, and my older brother is set to take the throne. And he doesn't really care about being a king. He just wants the life of luxury. So he's okay with being a puppet for the vizier, basically. So in order to try to prevent that from happening, I went back and issued a right of challenge, which allows me to perform whatever challenge my brother requests of me, and if I can succeed in that challenge, he would step aside and I would take the throne. However, his challenge, much like any challenge you would give, basically gave me an impossible task, which was to find and destroy the Sea Wraith.
Okay, so you're looking for it. Okay, thank you. Dev.
Hi.
Who is the which NPC? I don't want one of you, but who is the captain of this ship? Who are they? What are they like?
The captain's identity is Marius Worth. Marius has been at sea longer than any of us probably have been alive. They are a very, very wrinkled elven man whose age, honestly, is a mystery. But that doesn't detract from the skills he's polished over the years. Very forthright, very, very forthright, a little too serious at times, but doesn't mean he doesn't like a joke every now and then.
Yeah.
Likes to get business done, but understands that with a life so risky, often a joke can help ease the tension when survival is always on your mind.
Marius Worth. I feel like I know him already. Very, very good. Thank you. So we are on the Queen's Misery. Fantastic. One thing I will ask, obviously Copper just gave us a bit about Leviticus's backstory. Hyacinth and Dev, how do you see your characters tying into that? Are you up to your own affairs and it's just convenient to travel, or have you pledged yourself to Leviticus? How does that work for you both?
I'll let Harvard speak first.
I feel like we knew each other, but like we have separate reasons to go, at least from my perspective. But mine is kind of more tied into like, I feel like I have the least reason, but I'm like, I could be helpful. I guess they both have a reason, so I might as well just go. But I kind of like enjoy the sea anyways, so I don't mind going because it's the best way I could spend my time.
Okay. Brilliant. And Pharaoh.
As mentioned earlier, we all met at University College, some educational institute, who is affiliated with my temple in some capacity. So that's where I studied. And in my youth, met Harbor, became really close friends. And then, of course, our third came along. Shortly after meeting him, I received a vision that I was to protect the crown of the sea from my deity. And that was a mystery up until we realized more about him, his backstory, and I made a promise to my deity to help fulfill that mission, and seeing that he is the rightful heir to the throne and that a grave darkness is banished from the sea, hence the Sea Wraith.
Perfect. So you all set sail from Port Mercy about 2 days ago. You are now out in the Shivering Sea on the deck of the Queen's Misery. I imagine this ship has a crew of around 20 to 30. You don't have to be great if you are, but you yourselves do not have to be nautically proficient to be operating the ship. There are plenty of lifelong sailors who will do that for you. But we are on late on the third day. The sun hanging very low in the sky. It's a very, very beautiful, what promises to be a very beautiful sunset. And where are each of you on the ship? What are you doing?
Go ahead.
I will be like right at the front bow of the ship, planting my staff into the wood of it and filling the sails with a nice wind.
So you're actually you're blowing into the sails to help the ship along.
Mm-hmm. That's my magic item.
Yeah. You got some utility out of it. You did it, Hyacinth.
I did it.
In the first 5 minutes.
That's perfect.
He's basically out back just pushing the boat.
It's all I've ever needed. I have made myself useful already.
10 out of 10.
Okay. What about you, Copper?
Leviticus is probably up top side for now, just kind of surveying the area. He's probably got a little bit of an anxious look on his face, just trying to keep a lookout, as well as just trying to get a feel of the ocean, because, it's a big, wide ocean to find such a creature. But he, after probably a bit of meditation, he'll pull out his my pole of angling and try to take his mind off of it by doing some light fishing.
And then, one thing I forgot to do, that's on me. I'll come back to this in a second, Copper. I realised when Hyacinth was describing what Harbour's up to, I did not show the art. So here is the artwork for Harbour. If Hyacinth, you want to describe them as much as you're comfortable doing.
Yeah, so Harbor is a dark green-skinned tiefling with long horns that curl backwards, and he's in his horns. You can see, like, instead of like the normal ridges, there's like engravings of like waves, and he's got some freckles, and he's kind of just got the high pants and like low-cut pirate shirt with a cloak filled with stars. And his art was done by, I want to give proper credit. It was V Medeiros on ArtStation. I reached out and made sure to get credit. So
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's some fantastic art. And then to jump back to Copper, sorry, I'm just finishing up what you were saying there. We have this art for you.
So I am a Triton. My skin is kind of a bluish purple, where my hair is kind of a seafoam green. As I said, he's got a older brother, and then he has a younger sister. Both of them have red hair, where he gets his hair from his father's side. Then, as far as the artist, this was actually drawn by my wife, Goblin Girl Arts. So I'm grateful to her for helping me out with that.
Fantastic. And then finally, Pharaoh. What's Pharaoh doing on the boat at the moment?
Pharaoh is actually in his chambers, luckily, which has lots of windows with natural light to fill in the space. He is in the middle of finishing a divination ritual, which it's been quite some time since he decided to reach out to his deity and or a proxy, because they've been searching for quite some time, and he trusts in the captain's abilities and his friends, but there's a comfort in receiving a response from a higher power, at least to him in some cases. And whether it's a positive response or not, having some is better than not. And so that includes getting a small pouch full of monarch butterfly ashes and setting a stick of incense onto, setting it in the middle of it, lighting it, and letting the smoke billow outside of the window, and just taking in the seagulls and the waves as he tries to contact his deity.
Have you decided who Pharaoh's deity is, or are you keeping it ambiguous?
It's ambiguous.
Okay.
It's ambiguous I think it's okay for this. There's no, particular set deity for this session.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to assume that our deity is more or less the same,
perhaps,
or at least
likely
close.
And or their pantheons are very alike and they're very compatible, not any kind of combating domains. And he takes in a breath and just asks, "Are we close?"
The incense sort of, the smoke coming off it just sputters into almost a pattern for a moment as the incense just crackles and some lump of, as it's reached some moment of burning through a slightly thicker or thinner part, and it leads to just a gradual tapering for a moment as the boat groans. You hear the birds go a bit quieter outside for a moment, a bit of a drop off. The waves almost seem to grow quieter as if you've arrived in still waters. What role are you required to make for divination when you're doing
There is no roll, I believe.
Oh,
it is just
I was getting mixed up. I was
ask,
thinking divine intervention. That was it.
yeah, and so it's just I receive some type of response, and it could be any number of things.
Yeah. And your question was, are we close?
Yes.
Yeah. So that happens. Things grow quieter. You hear the waves grow quieter, even though, as you can see out the window, the movement of the boat is the same, and you find your breath just sort of catches for a moment before suddenly a knock at the door to your chambers sort of gives you a jolt.
I think a little bit of frustration falls over him because that most likely maybe might have broken the tether before a response was given. But Pharaoh's demeanor is what I would describe as intimidatingly calm. And so it brushes off very quickly. There's always time for another divination down the road. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, who knows? But he brushes it off and opens the door.
And you see, stood there, looking at you, concern etched all over the infinitely, impossibly wrinkled face, Marius, who sort of looks behind you into the room for a moment and then gives you a look up and down. Is like, I heard the reports that there was supposedly smoke issuing. Is everything well?
Nothing more than the usual, Marius.
You know that I don't care a great deal for fires unnecessarily being lit upon this old, beautiful woman.
I mean, we are in the middle of an ocean. Fires are but a small liability, no?
I feel it is very, very the opposite of what you're saying. Were a fire to spread, where would we flee to?
Well, surely you are a man of great experience. I trust that you
Yes, and my
would have more...
experiences don't light fires on ships, Pharaoh. Oh, I have lived so long, and yet I fear that you will be the end of me. Was it worth it anyway? Did you achieve? I imagine it was the brewing of something, or the formation of something.
Well, luckily for you, it was goes to the counter and pulls the dying out stick of incense, says, not much kindling so don't be afraid. But I was simply trying to contact and no response. But, that's fine, all in due time. I fear that we might be losing time more than anything. I mean, all we've had is time over the past few years, but I begin to wonder, we can only circle around these waters for so long.
Yes, it definitely. The crew continue to get paid, and so they are content. But they grow bored.
Yes.
We all grow bored, except yourselves, I see.
Well, when you have a mission on your mind, certainly you can occupy yourself for more time than less. And so, in any case, I apologize for alarming you. Simple incense, nothing more, nothing less. You would know if one of my fires was present.
Don't. And Marius just walks off down the corridor, sort of muttering to himself about the cost of replacing burnt timbers. As you... Well, are you going to try and recast or reattempt, or are you looking to just pack away?
He sees it as a sign for perhaps maybe Mary's intervened for a reason.
Okay.
And so he would think, what does that mean? Maybe perhaps an answer is not needed at this time. Not necessarily don't worry, but focus on what's going on around you rather than trying to reach out and let your focus wander. And so with that, he would gather his things and just think to go place an eye on his colleagues up above.
As you go to pack it all up and just extinguish the incense stick, the last sputters of the smoke as you extinguish them just sort of trail out from your fingers into the air, just a few inches away from you, and the last of it sort of coalesces a little bit, and you just see a few smoky tendrils drift out and hang in the air for a moment, almost like tentacles, before it then just disperses into the room.
I'm beginning to think this ocean is playing tricks on me, and keeps walking.
Okay. Anything that anybody else would like to do or address on the ship this afternoon? I know that Hyacinth, Harbour has been a wind turbine. I don't know how long that lasts for. If that's is that how you spend most of your day?
It's forever. It's as long as I keep it planted in the deck of the ship. So I essentially keep us sailing at a good condition, even in bad weather, and it'll fill with air nonstop, providing twice the ship's normal speed, and the ship will not be slowed by any natural event, currents or wind or anything.
Nice.
So I'm kind of just lookout and just keeping things going. I kind of like, and essentially, I feel like it's my job to sculpt the sea for a smooth journey.
The reactions to you when you first joined the Queen's Misery from the day-to-day crew, I imagine, would be very mixed at first. There'll be people who think, well, what you're doing, what you're bringing, this undermines of your hard work and the years of training and learning to read and respect the sea. Others would think, fantastic. This changes everything. It makes our travel safer. This is a gift from the sea. Over time, as they came to know you, I imagine those who were initially dubious would very quickly come to see that it is a fantastic skill to have on the ship.
Yeah, anyone who still kind of judges it, I just give like a dirty glare when they walk by, because I'm like,
the first rough sea we got, and we're just sailing smoothly through there. I'm sure a lot of people were like, I might not like it, but I'm not going to complain about it.
But we draw into the evening. There's a very, very nice sunset. Just as it starts to pass into that early part of dusk, you reflect on the day. Your ocean journey's been quiet and mostly uneventful today, beyond the mild irritation of another passenger's noisy battle with seasickness across the deck from you all. The crew has gathered to enjoy the evening with a little bit of song, tell tall tales, and for those who are interested, passing a pouch of pipe tobacco around. And after a while of this, you hear a single peal of the warning bell ringing out from up above. Silence and the laughter and the conversation, as you know this is a summons to get to the top deck of the ship for orders. And people are just down in instruments, almost falling over each other, stepping over loose rigging and stools and seats have been brought out, and they're all just making their way up, where you can see a couple of people are in better earshot of whoever's up in the crow's nest at the moment. Who has the highest passive perception amongst you all?
Me.
Minus 16. It's probably not.
A wonderful 25.
25!
Listen, hey, somebody has to be.
With 25, Pharaoh sees on the ocean bed, deep within the Mariana Trench from the deck of the ship. Okay.
You can't escape the light.
No. And Leviticus.
There is
what's
no
your
cheating
passive?
in college with him.
What's your passive perception, sorry, Leviticus?
10.
Okay. You hear panicked, or all of you hear panicked murmuring and unease, a few gasps and a few sort of horrified mutters to various ocean safety deities. Barrow, you see out on the horizon a low, pale blue fog rolling in, almost blending in with the horizon of the sun having just dipped. But as a few seconds pass, you realise that it is just this rolling carpet, moving at quite the speed, but is a very long way away. Can all of you make me?
Yeah, sorry.
Can all of you make me an Arcana check, or sorry, an Arcana or a History check? Leviticus, yours can be with advantage.
Okay.
That's good. I'm going to need it.
Let's see. Arcana.
That's a 16 for me.
6 history.
Okay.
Wow. I'm good at this, and I'm so bad at it.
Pharaoh, you know from study or just hearing the right rumor at the right time that it is said that a low blue fog is the first herald of the Sea Wraith. This monstrosity that is said to haunt and stalk the high seas of the Freelands. And you all begin to hear things just mutter, "Oh dear gods, the Sea Wraith comes! It comes for us!" Marius become much more serious and focused. His scimitar is drawn. He is shouting orders rapidly. People are darting around the ship, getting into battle stations. What are you all doing?
Leviticus is probably going to move towards the front of the boat, trying to get a better look at the fog. Just trying to see out there, knowing that, mission time is here, and probably says a silent prayer to himself, more for the safety of the crew and his friends in the coming battle ahead.
I will stand at the middle of the ship, kind of like I usually stand on the bow, but I'll stand closer to the center now, and I will lift my driftwood staff up, and as we get closer to the fog itself, I will cast a large gust of wind to see if I can clear some of it away so we can see better.
Okay. An issue begins to form or becomes apparent on the deck to you all. The three of you have been seeking this out and are committed to it. You have sought a crew of capable sailors who were all attracted to enough coin or enough appeals to glory to join this attempt to hunt the legendary Sea Wraith. Now that the portents of it have appeared, there is mass panic across a lot of the crew. Marius, you can see the fear is evident in him, but he is staying the course. But a lot of the crew are needing verbal support. Copper.
I was going to ask if I could do a persuasion to inspire the troops.
Go for it. Show me how you're doing it. What are your persuasive words?
Well, let me roll first, and I'll tell you what they are. That's a 14. He'll shout out loud and say, "Keep heart, my lads. We all knew what we were coming out here for. As long as you keep your wits and not give in to fear, we shall make it out this day."
Okay, but it's a bloody Sea Wraith, though! Oh shit! And you just hear almost like a Wilhelm scream as someone just off the edge.
I'll take a glance back and look at Marius and be like, "You can sneak back underground if you would like. I won't tell anyone." I'll just give him a little wink and just be like, "This is your out if you don't want to be here."
You know I am here as well as you all. No, it wouldn't do. The fog is moving quickly. The hesitation in the orders and people operating various parts of the ship has meant that you haven't been steering directly towards it as of yet, as much as you'd like. But you see that it is moving fast, and the cloud even changes course. Clearly, there is some magic to this, and its intent to intercept is very clear. Harbour, you said you're using the staff to unleash a gust of wind in the direction.
So I'll blow out a gust of wind 10 feet wide and 60 feet straight forward into the fog to see if it spreads at all, or if it's like magical and we'll just envelop.
Okay, yeah. You hold for a few moments as you get close enough for that to happen. You were sort of a good mile or so away, but you're both moving at speed and getting towards each other. You get to the point where it's almost off to your side, and you just blast this wind out. It does blow it back, but you see, as it does blow, more is just diffusing and bubbling out of the water itself. So as you blow it away, more is just coming up and joining. The source of the cloud appears to be under the water. The crew now fall very, very silent. The fog spreads out underneath the boat. Around it, you begin to see the blue surrounding you in all directions for a good 50, 60, now 100 feet, and all fall still.
During the chaos, Pharaoh, remembering his directions from his deity, quickly makes his way to Leviticus, grabs his palm, and with a slight pinch of iron, creates a runic symbol in Celestial that mirrors the sun, and says in Celestial, "I light a candle for you," and casts divination. Not divination, I'm sorry, Death Ward.
I was going to say,
I was about to say, it sounds like he's dead, and then you cast divination.
I don't speak
know.
Celestial, so you just came up and be like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like...
Okay. So, just to confirm, who are we death warding here? Or is it a number of people? I can remember a death ward.
It's Leviticus. It's
a single touch.
He can't afford, I can't, whatever danger comes, I don't know what will come. I can't let him fall.
Okay. What is Harbour doing? There is nothing but the lap of the waves, the panicked breathing of these silent, white-knuckled sailors gripping onto weapons or onto the bow of a ship. What's Harbour doing?
I think I honestly take a second to steel myself and actually hear the lapping of the waves, and I just calm myself, because like this is where I would choose to be if something were to happen, you know. So I'm just prepared.
Okay. And Leviticus.
Leviticus is going to look at Pharaoh and give him a solid nod, saying, "Thank you, my friend." And
You'll see the rune glow, so you know that there's you feel my presence with you. You feel warmth.
And then he's going to, because as much as the Leviathan is part of his thing, he's also here for the safety of these people. He's basically going to pull out his shield and trident, moving towards the front of the ship, calling out to everyone as he basically like grabs onto like one of the rope ladders, and yells out, "Everyone should brace themselves. Once a creature appears."
As you say, once a creature appears, Leviticus, you just see out there in the fog an enormous shadow that seems to be 100 foot tall, just drifts, almost like a distant foggy reflection of an enormous tree falling. And as it does, you just hear an enormous splash, and seawater just rains over all of you for a few moments. Some gasps turn into screams. Another dark shape separately looms up from the other side of the fog, moving directly towards the ship. You all hear an ear-splitting roar. Waves begin to batter against the hull and crash over the deck. As suddenly, a huge, massive, tooth-filled maw bursts through from the fog high above. Cries of terror rise from the crew as enormous tentacles begin to wrap around the ship. "The Sea Wraith!" you hear cries. Let me show you what we see. An enormous creature. Here is the Queen's Majesty. As the creature begins to shift forward, you feel the unnatural drag of the ship going seemingly downhill as this enormous, endless roar continues and continues. One last chance, one last action from each of you. What are you all doing?
That is a great question, and that deserves an answer.
We'll go with Pharaoh first. What last action are you taking as you feel you're having to steady your feet as the deck of the ship itself is beginning to slant? You just see and hear this huge rush of water either side of you. You can see off the ship, off the sides of the ship, the sea itself is flowing backwards. You see above you just the canopy of the top jaw of something, these huge teeth leading forward. Things are becoming darker. You know full well that you are just entering the impossibly large mouth of this beast.
What Pharaoh wants to do, he doesn't have time for, and so he steels himself for what is to come, clasps both palms together, and hurriedly says, "Be the lighthouse to guide the sailors back to calmer waters," and casts guidance on himself because that is just the most practical thing he could think to do to help him in whatever situation is about to come.
Okay, thank you. Harbour.
So based on the size of this, my theory would be that it would, with a creature this size, it would be best to combat it from inside. Like, it's not just gonna like crunch and kill us. It's gonna swallow us whole. Could I make like an intelligence or arcana check to see if that seems accurate, or like how realistic that would seem to my character?
If it wasn't accurate, this would be the shittest one shot ever, wouldn't it?
Okay.
30 minutes of great chat and we all died.
Yeah, no,
Absolutely.
I'm
Make
just-
me a nature or a Arcana check?
It was my assumption. Well, let me do Arcana because that would be dumb of me to do Nature there. But it was kind of assumed. But you know,
His character wouldn't know.
I would imagine that the quite interesting motivations that your group has settled on for being a misadventure.
yeah.
You'd have
And
some
then-
in-character prep time. I imagine you wouldn't be doing this and not have researched anything.
Yeah.
20.
Well, I
yeah.
also didn't fully consider before game that it was going to be that big of a kraken, you know. So
No one ever does.
But I will just make my way across the ship closer to Pharaoh because I have a lot of movement spells in case of emergency. So
Okay.
that will just be that, and my movement will be my turn.
Yeah, with that roll, you will have heard. You'll have heard tall tales of people who have been swallowed by krakens or leviathans and have escaped, and it always seems a tall tale. But it's a tall tale you've heard from different people in different places, and a creature that size, you wonder if there's some truth to it. And finally, Leviticus.
Leviticus is a little bit awed by the size of this creature, noticing that the maw is coming down on them. He is going to move to his two friends. He's basically going to grab hold of them and say, "Hold on, my friends. We'll get through this."
As you say, we'll get through this, it becomes darker and darker. And you look up and just see the teeth coming down even more. Water begins to spill over the bottom jaw towards you at a terrible speed. The creature is clearly beginning to descend as it does. And eventually, as the mouth closes entirely, there is a huge sense of pressure. And you feel the ship crashed against something. A huge, huge shock. You hear the splintering of wood. Dozens of screams. Everything goes black. You are all overwhelmed.
All right, good game, guys.
So that was Curse of the Sea Wraith, a Crucible Adventure one-shot. No.
I was like, wait, really?
Yeah, you lost. It was a choose your own adventure. The only way to win was to get off the ship at the start. So let me.
I knew I should have thrown that javelin at it.
Yeah.
Looking at the single spear in my inventory.
Each of you roll me a d4, please.
Oh God.
You will have an error saying you have no tokens on the scene at the moment. That's fine.
Three.
Okay. That's a 3 for Harbour.
I have a lot of spells that are really good in case of emergency, but I'm so afraid to cast them at the wrong time and waste them.
Yeah, that's very, very understandable. And then, Leviticus, if you can roll a d4 for me, please. There we go. Okay, so the swirling and disorienting tumble through the water and debris of the destroyed ship eventually ends, and you each fall. You've had this huge sense of being crushed and pressure, and pitch black, but eventually you feel yourselves falling for a moment. As you do, as you're falling and spinning wildly in the air, you catch faint glows. You can see there is an element of illumination. Leviticus, can you please roll me 2d6? Pharaoh, can you roll me 1d6?
It's 9 in total.
Okay, thank you.
And just in case when we're feel like we're falling or something, he's basically holding his friends, putting his back to whatever way it's falling.
You try, but the crush of whatever you've been down, passing through him, and the tumble, it all becomes a bit too much, and your grip on your friends breaks. Leviticus, you land hard. Who is next? Oh, you just feel this sudden blast and crack of soft wood beneath your back. Pharaoh, you land slightly awkwardly. You hit the floor, partially submerged in water. And then finally we have Harbour, who manages to land splashing in dark water. You look around. The walls pulsing slowly, clearly organic in nature. You find yourself within a massive hollow space within the Kraken. You see, and in your case, Leviticus have landed hard on, an ancient shipwreck floating in the middle of this chamber, snapped in half and partially embedded in a gory wall of rotten flesh to the south. A pale orange light flickers faintly from a doorway on a platform encircling the area, and as you see, the water is just full of bits of bones surrounded by pieces of wreckage. I would give to all of you, just from looking at the appearance of the creature, the state of its tentacles and its face, and now large portions of the innards that you can see. Something is not right with this creature, this Kraken that you are inside. You are confident that it is either extremely diseased or is possibly already dead.
And I guess just to confirm, I will use one of my divine senses. We'll see if this place lights up like a Christmas tree.
So you are just using your...
So basically, with a divine sense, I can detect good and evil until the end of the turn. I also know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet.
You are almost blinded with the feedback from that spell. It is essentially, yes, undead. It's like you would cast Detect Air. It is just overwhelming from every single direction, above, below. Yeah, it is. Everything is undead. There are tiny, tiny pinpricks that are like void spots within the spell of your companions and yourself.
Okay. Definitely undead. He's going to slowly get up, realize kind of where his friends are, and we'll try to go assist them.
Does anyone else make it, or is it just us?
You do see a couple of people desperately sort of paddling, a couple of cries for help dotted throughout the water. You see the red cloak of Marius. Only one hand seemingly like clawing above the water, trying to pull himself onto the stern of the ship. But yeah, it looks like there are maybe 3 others, tops. But Marius seems to be having some sort of difficulty getting out.
I'm going to try to gather everyone and cast just water breathing to try to at least aid in their survival from here.
Okay.
I do have a swim speed and can breathe in water, so basically I'll dive in and rescue those that are struggling.
Okay, yeah, I've unpaused to that.
Okay.
To that effect, sorry. So,
Oh,
as you're doing that,
I went to zoom out and I just started rotating.
yeah. You all
Doing
hear
donuts in the water.
as you're sort of down there, the water's edge, sort of helping and recovering people. A peal of rattling laughter rings out, and you see up at the top of the stern of a shipwreck, a figure steps out. A hulking figure wearing a long velvet coat with with golden buttons, a moulding tricorn hat, sitting atop a skull with twin green flames burning in the eye sockets. You notice most of one arm appears to be made of clockwork, like it has replaced a limb that has been lost at some point. You see gears just whirling away, but it holds onto an ebony scepter topped with a green crystal orb. The figure raises it high. Welcome aboard the Sea Wraith, mateys. I am Captain Rogers, and I'd like to introduce you to the rest of the crew you'll be joining. The scepter gives a blast of green energy, and as the energy passes out and touches the water, you all notice the water immediately begins to churn as he steps back into the dark. Now I'd like everybody to please roll me initiative if they know how. If not, I will show you.
I can figure it out.
If you click on the clenched fist for combat icon across the top, you will see that you have a dice next to your name.
Oh. I must have looked at someone else's die because mine says it was a lot better than I saw.
I need to learn how to get that whenever you talk, like it like zooms in on you.
Yeah, that threw me off. I was like, why am I moving?
Yeah, I normally disable that. I forget because all that happens is because people talk in these games and don't normally type, you'll typically just have it suddenly zoom in on someone going lol or be right back. I have a module that like you'll notice there's an extra player called the High Seas. That says I have found you open again in a browser window, and it zooms in and follows a focus point. But occasionally it'll suddenly pan away, zoom in massively on someone going lol.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. The dead begin to burst out of the water, splashing. You just see rotten, bony limbs holding rusted weapons, dragging themselves out. Harbour, you are up first.
Oh, great.
I'll unpause the game, sorry.
I will. Is each square 5 feet?
It is. Oh, sorry. You may not be first. I forgot to actually roll initiative for anything and anyone that wasn't in the party. Harbour, you are still first.
Okay. I was just trying to move a little bit out of the water, and
Yeah.
then I will go ahead and cast.
The first challenge is getting past all these dice rolling on the screen.
I know. I was trying to dodge them actually.
You take a d20 per.
I believe I am going to cast lightning lure. It is 15 feet. Let me make sure it's within range. On this guy, the one just off the side of the boat.
You've pinged. If anybody who doesn't know, if you click and hold, it will open like a ping that we can all see. So you all want to lightning lure this guy.
Yes.
Remind me that spell.
I am trying to write it out now. See if it did send. Okay, perfect. Lash of lightning strikes at a creature within 15 feet. Strength saving throw is what they need to make. And they're pulled towards me with lightning.
It makes it.
What is my spell save even? I don't even know.
Oh yeah, good point. Sorry.
18 is what your
18. Yeah.
So, yes.
Oh yeah, it's added it in. Nice. Okay. He fails in that case.
Okay, so then I roll my damage, which is 3d8. So that is 17. Wait, no, that's not right. 16 lightning damage
Okay.
on that one, and he pulls 10 feet closer to me. And then he takes.
He's ripped out. Yeah.
I think since he's within 5 feet, then he takes an extra 1d8. Right?
If
That's
he
what it
ends up,
says.
let's have a look.
If he ends within 1...
Yeah, if it ends in 5
Okay.
feet of you, absolutely roll another 1d8 and I'll apply the damage.
Which that looks like D8. 2.
Actually, I think the
Okay.
3 die 8 you rolled is the damage if he's within 5 feet of you.
No, the 3d8 is because I'm level 15. So it goes from
okay.
1 to 3.
That's sweet cantrips. See, no one plays high level adventures, so no one ever gets to feel like cantrips are actually super strong. We're entering the big damage cantrip town here. Anything else from Harbour?
I believe that will be my turn. Let me just double check real quick. Yes.
Okay.
And just so you know, within that, I am inflicting him with the Curse of the Sea, which, because I use lightning damage, my next time I use lightning damage on him will have a bonus damage.
Okay, I'll put a marker on him so that we know that.
Yeah, I have 3 curses, by the way, but that is my lightning curse.
Okay, there's some skeleton activity next. Leviticus, you're soon. The skeletons begin to pass through the water. This first one strikes out at Marius. Hits him. You see, Marius takes a huge blow. And then it swings again. You see Marius trying to defend himself.
I'm sorry, I was trying to look up, but I do have the protection fighting style. So since he's within 5 feet of me, I can impose disadvantage on anyone that's attacking him
Okay.
as my reaction.
Okay. Right. So, the first one, the second one's a critical hit, so that would have worked through advantage. So we'll say that's the damage of the first one. Let's roll this one and see what happens here. 4. Okay. We'll say that this second hit does not land with that disadvantage imposed. That was a 4. This music, each track needs adjusting the first time it plays. Sorry, that should be much better now. Do let me know if it's too loud for you, other players or viewers. But yeah, okay, that's about the skeleton done. But Marius, you hear a cry from him. You would notice being so close to him, Leviticus, he seems to have lost the use of one arm. He's just trying to desperately keep afloat with one arm that's always trying to fend off these attacks.
I think we might lose this old man.
You hear quick footsteps, uneasy footsteps, Harbour, as a skeleton dragging itself over the edge of a ship, then runs towards you with its sword raised.
Oh no.
Its first swing misses, but it goes again. Oh, wildly misses. almost staggers past you with how uneasy its blow was.
Thank goodness, because
This one comes for you, Pharaoh. Just you see them all wearing tattered remains of various types of armor, but splint mail is on this one as it comes in and swings. Can you do anything about a 21, Pharaoh?
A shining bright light interposes between us two to impose disadvantage with warding flare.
Okay, yeah. Let's roll it again then. Would have missed. So that was how I was running with disadvantage. So that's its first attack. It then swings again, makes a second. I believe from having played with a light cleric in my 150 session long Curse of Strahd campaign, the disadvantage is for that initial attack, isn't it? The next one is normal, I believe.
Actually, for sake of transparency, because it's a skeleton, can it be blinded?
It doesn't have blind sight in its senses, so I take it to be that it is regular vision. So yes, it could be blinded.
Okay, then cool, then it works. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. But the attack misses anyway. Next up, another one begins to drag itself up the water.
I'm not liking this.
This one also strikes out twice. Well, strikes out a harbour. Can you do anything about an 18?
I would like to cast shield.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes my armor class 18, so it still hits.
Okay.
So as I pull up kind of like a wave of water to cast like kind of like block it, it just slashes right through it. Shit.
Well, it might help you on the next attack.
Yeah,
So your AC is now 23 for this turn. It hits.
It's my AC is 18.
Oh, sorry, put it to 18, not up to 23. Okay, cool.
Yep.
So it is now 18, and it swings again. 13. So the second time, that water just forms back up, and this time you see the blade get centimeters close to breaking through it, but it slows down and then wrenches back with a hiss.
Okay. Let's mark that spell off.
Another one runs at you, Pharaoh. Leviticus from the water. It's almost you. You just see your friends who have come here helping you on this quest just being absolutely descended upon by a horde of undead. But your friend Marius clearly struggling in the water next to you. I imagine in just a moment we're going to have some tough choices from you. So this one reaches out, catches you with its sword. I assume you have no reaction left. And it swings again. Misses. Leviticus, it's you. Pharaoh, you're soon.
Okie dokie. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is going to hit just about all the skeletons. Seeing that they're caught off guard, being surrounded, he's going to hold up his trident, yelling, "Gods, protect us!" And I'm going to use Turn Undead. So each fiend or undead within 30 feet have to make a wisdom saving throw or be turned for 1 minute.
Okay, before you... what should happen is, if you use Alt to left-click all of them, you should be able to select Do you know what? Yeah, if you select them all, and then when you cast Turn Undead, it should impose the save on all of them automatically.
You said left-click on them?
Alt, left-click.
Alt, okay.
What was the distance? He said it was on all of them.
It's 30 feet, which it looks like they're all within 30 feet. Maybe, except with maybe the two in the back.
Nope.
No.
Drawing a
Yep.
30 foot circle from you. Catches just the two on the back. So it is literally all of them. Let me target. Yeah, I can do it
Okay.
very quickly that way. So what was the DC?
17.
I'm so glad you did this because I almost wasted a really strong spell.
I was honestly wanting to save my channel divinity, but I can get it back on a short rest, so...
What is the DC?
17.
Sorry, yeah.
I like how it rapid fires them.
Do you by chance have the destroy undead feature as part of that? Like a cleric does?
No. Like, I literally have one channel divinity.
So remind me, is the damage rolled separately or for each thing with this?
So there's no damage. This just turns
Of
them,
course.
so they have to run away from me, basically frightened.
Yeah.
They basically can't make attack actions or anything until they're damaged. Then they can resume normal.
Is it
But
not
otherwise-
that is it not that they can't move towards you, or have disadvantage on attacking you?
Let's see. It says turn. So in action, I present my holy symbol. Each fiend or undead within me make a wisdom saving throw. A turn creature must spend its turns trying to move as far away from you as it can, and it can't willingly move into space within 30 feet of you. It also can't take reactions. For its action, it can only use the dash action or try to escape from the effect that prevents it from moving.
Cool. Okay. I have marked the one that was not affected by this because everything else was. However, as you cast this spell and this blast of energy washes out from you, everything, in addition to what has happened with these skeletons, everything massively spasms. You hear this muffled, enormous, tortured groan from beyond the walls of the room. The water churns, the ship is lifted up from it before being splashed down, and you see from several locations huge ruptures burst in the wall, and a stream of necrotic gore and blood bursts down. At a random character, I'm going to roll a 1d4, re-roll on a 4, and we're going in overlay order. So 1, 2. So that is Pharaoh. This stream torrents down towards you as the undead creature just recoils. Can you please, Pharaoh, make me a DC 17 dex saving throw? I am afraid you need to make it at -2 because I didn't notice chat earlier, but Tony hates you, it seems. So
After
Tony
I gave
has
him a +2 for Dark Echoes.
So that is a DC 17 dex saving throw with a -2.
Unfortunately, you're beyond my 10-foot range.
Oof. You take I'm going to roll it now. You're going to take 6d6 necrotic damage as just this viscera washes over you. That +2 would have saved you as well if you hadn't been -2, I hate to say. As this just seeps into you and a bit of it catches your eyes or your mouth, you feel that heady effect that sort of chemicals or disease are also in play. Pharaoh, you are taking a whopping 26 points of damage, which I'll apply to you now. Do you resist necrotic damage?
He does have resistance. The celestial blood washes
away. Then you take 13 necrotic damage, which I've applied to you. Are you immune to poison with that? The poison status? No. You are poisoned, unfortunately, which I'll put a status marker on you now. But where's poison gone from my huge list of statuses? There we go.
Well, that was my action.
Yeah. What else from you?
Out of character, I'm like, just call me Taco Bell to the kraken. But now that I can see that they're turned and they can't take reactions anymore, I'm going to use my movement to basically grab the captain and swim out of the water with him.
Yeah. Where are you heading to?
Probably. I mean, they can't make any attack of opportunities, so I guess they're going to head up here, so where he can at least be standing.
Your swim
out of the
speed
water.
is the same as your walk speed, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. You drag him. You see he is heavily wounded. You are all surrounded by skeletons on the battle map, but you can see that almost all of them look to be making to flee. Anything else from Leviticus?
Trying to look at my bonus actions. No, not this round.
Okay. Skeletons, desperate to get away from you. The cursed skeleton moves to flee. It'll be stepping away from. Oh no, it was at one tile. It was one tile away from you, Harvard, at that point. The lightning law guy. It will try to make to flee. Pharaoh, you said your passive perception was 25.
Correct.
You just see a shift in the water. A slow shift. As you discern below the surface something patrolling around the waters. It looks like it was making for Marius earlier, but having been dragged out of the water, you are now the only person who is really in any degree of water. And the zombie shark rushes itself up to try and... Basically how you see orcas come up on the shore to grab the whales.
My, because of the guidance from earlier, I put it in chat. It got missed. I got a +2 to that 8, so I'm a 10 for initiative.
You're what, sorry?
I rolled an 8 for initiative, but I had the guidance because it's an ability check.
Ah.
And so I'm at 10. I beat it by just 1.
Okay.
It got lost in chat, don't worry, but yeah.
I see what you're saying. I have adjusted that now then. Yeah, okay, so...
I see it coming.
You would see, yeah, you would see that on your turn. You do see it. It is clearly moving towards you, but you are up first. What would you like to do so long as you stay in the water, please? No.
Just for clarification, was that out of my 30-foot range prior?
I already rolled it against that, but it was hidden. Oh yeah, it was very much within 30-foot range.
He is going to not provoke... I think he'd provoke an attack of opportunity from the one southwest of him.
Nope. They're all turned, except the guy with an eye marker on him, so they don't have reactions, except eye guy.
Perfect. In that case, he moves... Come on, move. He moves up. Not sure why it's not my token 8 moving.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh. I'll just reload for now, but in this case, he grabs onto a necklace that is an ornate glass orb with inside a very faintly glowing dandelion. And he activates his version of his channel divinity, but thinks to himself, we need to get rid of as many of these as quickly as possible. And so he's going to turn undead, and any that fail are destroyed if they are C3 or lower. I don't know what their CR rating is, but if they are C3 or lower and they fail their wisdom save, then they are destroyed.
What is the range on that again, sorry?
30.
I have something very strange going on. One moment. Very strangely, some combination of words that I've used but couldn't hear because of his headset had clearly triggered the Amazon-related female name home assistant I won't repeat to begin playing music. So I took this off and I could suddenly hear music behind me. I apologise for that if that was picked up by the mic. As that erupts out from you, yes. What save do they need to make? No, is it no save if they are C3 or below?
They need to make the save. I understand that they already turned. I wonder if this would be allowed because they're already turned. I'm trying to go to the next stage because as a cleric, if they fail this save, they are destroyed.
I like it. Yeah. Yeah, we're just going with that happening. They're already being turned. You're just trying to augment it. You're trying to add your own flair on top of that. And yeah, and so, you can actually have inspiration for that as well. I like that.
Oh, nice. He holds onto the necklace, the amulet, and pulls out of his palm just those glowing dandelion pods, and he blows them out onto each of them as the radiant flames start wrapping around them.
Yeah. They all... I'm going to make a save... Oh no, in fact, I'm going to make a save for the one who had resisted. You see him trying to just steel himself against it, stepping forward with his sword. His wisdom save. What did he need to make? I can't imagine it matters. He rolled a 7.
He had to
imagine your DC's higher than...
Yeah, he utterly failed.
Yeah, he fails. The shark is too high CR for instant destruction, but let's see what happens here. It was a 14.
I'm not sure if the shark is of a higher.
It is
rate.
higher than a 3. So is it the regular turn effect may happen if it fails
it's
the DC?
turned, but it's not turned, but
Yeah.
not destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely. However, again, Pharaoh, as that holy undead destroying energy washes out from you, there is another enormous groan from outside.
Worth the gamble.
That, racked by heavy shakes, I'm going to roll a d4 again. I'm going to say re-roll 1, because I'm 1 on my screen. Oh, Harbour. This time, this enormous burst of gore falls down and lands near
Does my
you.
shield block it?
It is a saving throw, unfortunately. Can you make me a DC 17 dex saving
get-
throw, please, Harbour?
Since you're within 10 feet of me, you do get +4 to this roll.
Okay, DC 17 Dex. Save. Normal. Oh, situational bonus of 4.
What's that
Roll.
+4 from? Remind me.
That is from my which aura is that?
What?
Aura of
It's the-
protection.
Nice.
I still failed though. I got an 11.
Okay, I tried.
Okay.
I was like, that's
then,
a +7, and I got an 11.
It would have been worse than damn. It would.
Jesus. 25.
I got you, babe. I got you.
Do you resist necrotic in any way, Harbour?
No.
Okay. You take 25 points of necrotic damage, and you too, unless you resist it, are poisoned.
I do not believe so. Oh, let me check my Curse of the
Yeah.
Sea, because
If you do,
sometimes
Let me know.
there's
And I'll
something
take it
about
off.
being aquatic or.
Okay. The shark just turns tail. You see it rapidly swimming as it heads down into the brine. And then you are left just with each of you and Marius on the ship. The figure who had taunted you stepping away. And you sit there reflecting for a moment with your injuries. Some of you more injured than others.
Feeling a little
Wait,
feverish
come back.
from the poison, I take a seat down and just say, "Sorry, it was the best course of action that they be gone rather than turned."
Oh, it's fine. We were at a disadvantage there for a moment.
Yeah,
We
it would have taken me a while to get rid of him.
now the 3 other sailors that you said were in there. Are they gone or?
Yeah.
Murked. The shark got him.
If not the shark, then maybe just the streams of gore coming in, or maybe there were more skeletons under the surface that you didn't notice who got some work done before the turn undead. Maybe it was purely the whim of the GM not wanting to juggle lots of NPCs. But for one way or another, only you and Marius remain.
So, my question is, the radiant burst seemed to hurt the kraken, but every time it hurt us too, so not sure the best course of action to stop it.
Well,
I
I'll inform him that this thing basically is all undead.
I personally would like to find maybe its heart. I've got a decent idea if we can get to something required.
Kind of a
big-
hard ask to ask a light cleric to not use radiant.
No, I'm not asking you not to. It's kind of.
Well,
It seems effective, to say the least.
If anything, come here. Give me your hand. And a small pod of that dandelion falls onto you and absorbs into you as he uses his action to activate healing hands to heal you.
Thank you.
I'm also gonna heal Marius with my lay on hands for at least 5 to get him a little out of the red.
So you receive 15 HP back. And that is
Ooh.
it. I've healed. Yeah.
Right. 86 plus 15 is 101.
Would it be possible to perform a medicine check to kind of see what the nature of this poison? How lasting it might, how long it might take, it might hold?
Yeah, you can certainly make me a medicine check.
Just a 13.
You, given your background and your profession and the sort of things that you've come up against, you can tell that this is essentially a very, very strong, virulent, quick-acting infection. This is just filth. The creature being dead, the amount of rotting flesh that it's made of and that it has likely consumed. It is a fast-acting, strong infection. You're confident it will probably burn its way through you in about an hour, but until then, you'll be a bit lethargic, a bit tired. Everything you do will be, I don't know, disadvantageous.
I mentioned I could take it away, but an hour it will pass if you're willing to take that gamble.
Well,
I
we're
say-
here. Oh, go ahead, Harbor.
I was just gonna say, for me at least, let's see where we go with it, and let it. If needed, we could decide later. But for now, we're just sitting.
For now, I feel like we should take a moment to rest. We've just gone through a lot.
How dare you make me use my healing hands and then...
Well, to be fair, I could just clean it off of you guys. But
As
at
you're
the same time,
talking, you begin to hear a slow, heavy clap fills the air of the
I just
chamber
knew
around
he
you.
would come back.
Standing on the platform near the lit doorway is a man. Not the same figure as a moment ago. A man
shit.
dressed in what was clearly once very fine clothing, but is now ragged and filthy. The left half of his face appears to be rotting away, and you can see through a hole in his cheek as he grins down at you all, the wild look in his one good eye. A jolly good show indeed. Come on up for a chat when you have a moment, yes? He calls down before stepping back and retreating once again through this doorway I've pinged to the southwest.
Geppetto, we found you.
Do keep in mind that the shark may come back when we step foot in the water, but maybe we
Not
should
for
go
another
that way.
few seconds. But alas, there is a walkway.
Are you?
Oh, I did not see that connector right there.
Yeah. Are you well enough to walk, Marius? I did heal him 5.
Yep, healed by 5. Okay.
Well, I am at least curious. Someone who may have spent some time here could help.
Has anybody got a good passive insight?
No.
Okay.
I mean, passive 20, but I mean, that's if there is anything that the DM would think I could pick up.
Oh, in terms of insight,
Yeah, just like potential motives of this guy or anything like that. Like, does
He
this
seemed-
get the feeling it means harm?
he seemed genuinely. I mean, you could see that his attention was, when it was on you, it was intense. But even in the time he was talking, his eye was looking around the room, and he seemed highly entertained, very interested, and yeah, like it was very good sport to watch. He seemed extremely enthusiastic to speak further with you.
I assume he would have attacked us like the others if he wanted to jump on us.
I suppose talking wouldn't hurt. For all we know, he might be the only creature inside here that's willing to talk.
Maybe he's got a map of it. Who knows? Show us where to go.
So I'll help Marius up if he needs a hand, but we'll walk over the direction towards the...
Yeah.
Since we are in combat, we can't move on our own, just so you know.
Oh, I meant to click end combat. I apologize. Assign XP. It's not that sort of game, Foundry. Now that you're not getting attacked by things, I would just say the back half of this broken shipwreck is mainly underwater, with only the portion of the top deck of the back still above water where you're stood now. You
That's
can
the
see
poop
a
deck.
It is. As you can see, a hastily constructed ramp or gangplank has been attached to the rear, and it leads to a matching platform, one you can see that rings the chamber. It's all very hastily, shoddily constructed. You have no doubt, looking around, that all of this has been constructed from the wreckage of ships, or dismantled, scavenged wood. You see the underwater portion where the shark was a moment ago appears to be hollowed out and crumbling. You can see the contents of rooms destroyed long ago sort of dotted around in the water. That is it for now.
Just now realizing this definitely isn't our ship.
No.
But
Looking around...
ours is wrecked.
Yeah, the wood on this ship is spongy, covered in just algae growth. All of you make me a history check.
History.
It's going to be a scaling DC, but a 28 will give us the... Oh, okay. Pharaoh coming in with a big brain.
Holy shit.
Okay. I should have paused a second before saying 28. I showed my hand just a moment too early. So, starting from the bottom, you all notice how very ornate and ostentatious the railings are around this ship. These are not really used in this day and age. These are much more grandiose than how, for the most part, functional. A lot of most of the ships now are functional with a slight sort of art flair on. This ship, it is clear to see, in its prime would have been a piece of art in itself. Let's have a look. Harbour. This kind of makes sense, really, given Leviticus might have spent a lot of time under the sea. Harbour as the next one up. You know that this sort of style kind of went out of fashion a couple of 100 years ago. You've seen maybe in a couple of museums references to ships with this particular style. I will let you, Harbour, tell us what the style is called, if you want, of this very ostentatious railing. What should we say this type of ship design is called?
I feel like it's got to be something like bougie. The best thing I can think of is a pompadour, which is I always think of that as the haircut nowadays, but it's very big and grand looking, I think, is the meaning of it. So
yeah, ships done in the pompadour style no longer really happen. You know that they were the most grand and wealthy captains with reputations could afford to have their ships done in the pompadour style. Barrow, you know these same details. You also know that these pompadour ships were typically, because they were so expensive, tended to be small ships that could not afford to have cannons mounted. The size of this ship, the style of it, the fact it's large enough to sport these cannons that you can see ruins of in the water, the introduction by the captain, Captain Rogers, with the mechanical arm you've read about, you know that this must surely be the Captain Rogers of legend. A very, very famous... Get the information that you would know. Let's have a look. The famous and courageous Captain Rogers. He had a crew of treasure hunters who once sailed the world searching for adventures. They were renowned explorers, and tales of their exploits are still told across taverns across the continent. You know that they one day just abruptly vanished. And it's still a story that's told now, all these huge adventures, and one day him and his crew and his ship were simply gone from the world. You have no doubt, based on the combination of factors and information, that that's who you were just attacked by.
Oh.
Scratching just nails together, repeats like that lore. Repetitive, just kind of cycles through it to them in a very mumbled manner.
Why were we attacked by his crew, but he is still here wanting to talk to us?
Wait, was the man with the half-face Captain Roger or the skeleton?
The skeleton, Captain Rogers.
The man with the half face is someone else.
Yes, you don't know who that is.
I did not say any of this.
The staff that he was holding, the rod, the thing was surely it was that item that the kraken had swallowed, the treasure. Remember it was in the books, that lich item.
The lich staff of the lich or something to that effect, I believe.
It explains the kraken.
It also explains all the undead.
I fear for the worst. We might as well go talk to the man who conjured us.
At the very least, if we're going to rest, we might see if he has a better place than out in the open.
I wouldn't know. I don't trust that. I would argue be on your alert rather than looking for respite.
And we will move along.
Okay. Marius limping along behind you, leaning on you wherever he can, Leviticus, for support, even though you're traveling at 200 feet per second and flying along the room.
I'm on fast forward.
He's one of those wingfish.
It's like Sonic carrying a turtle. He's like what a winged fish. Yeah, let's get the NPC in the back. The NPC knows to not interfere with the heroes. He's bringing up the rear.
All I know is that I'm the tank.
There's just a body on that table.
There's half a body. Let's be fair.
Yeah, sorry, that makes it so much better.
A short flight of steps leads up into a space that appears to be a dried and hollowed out organ. A single brightly lit lantern hangs from a hook drilled into a bone jutting from one wall, illuminating a messy, chaotic laboratory. Decomposed body parts lay stacked on tabletop and shelves, and discarded bones sit strewn across the floor. Standing next to a table and carefully pouring a green liquid into a small cauldron. Oh, he should be over here, apparently. Into a green cauldron is the raggedly dressed figure who called out from the platform. You can see that the left side of his entire body seems to be rotting away, and yet he clearly seems to be living and not undead.
Were you part of this crew?
Ah. Greetings once again. Yes, and I must commend you on your performance out there, resisting against the old captain, my old captain. He steps forward with his good hand exposed. Dr. Silas Thornton, at your service.
Leviticus will go up and extend his hand and say, Prince Leviticus Tidewalker.
A lofty name and title for a lofty station indeed. Your Highness,
And these are my good friends. Just gesturing to you guys if you want to introduce yourselves or if you want me to.
I mean, I guess we're either going to succeed or all die, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
And even though his name's been given, Dr. Silas Fawn, Dr. Silas Fawn says it each time.
Why should we not have reason to end you as well, considering what just transpired in the previous room?
Indeed. A multitude of reasons, my divine friend. I was not the one who set my former crewmates upon you, but was the captain, lost to madness. I myself, as you can see, in this humble laboratory, try my best. As I tried to save the crew and tried to preserve our lives, I take advantage of this that has befallen me to work tirelessly to try and end this situation.
What exactly befell you?
We were on a voyage, as oft we were. We found a tomb beneath the waves, said to hold great treasure, great wealth. But instead it held only the horrors that the deep sea can contain. One such treasure we found in this place, a magnificent scepter wrought of ebony, of a single great jewel. We recovered it, and like most of the booty, it was returned to the ship. We did not yet know at that time it was a terrible, undead artifact, and it threw the vessel in which we now reside to the Sea Wraith, where it was consumed whole. The crew died. I attempted to preserve myself with protective magic given to me by what was once my blessed god, Amonator, and yet I died halfway through the ritual. Or it was interfered with by the scepter, I do not know, and I found myself reduced to this. The other, he will come sometimes and interrupts my work, trashes my laboratory, and sets my efforts back, and other influences keep me even... What are you all doing here? Get out! Fuck up at my lab! His facial expressions visibly change. There is a huge tension in him for a moment, and he's suddenly speaking much more forcefully. Doesn't rage to attack, but certainly steps a bit more towards you, intimidatingly. Sid, what are you doing?
Can I make a persuasion check?
You tell me. Tell me what you want to say, and I'll tell you if it's advantage or disadvantage.
I'm gonna say, sir, we were just here to talk. If we offended you, I give apologies, but
Talk
we
with
mean
who?
no harm.
Talk with who?
You,
Coming in
sir.
here, stamping around, got nothing to talk to you about. It's only... Forgive me. The other. Some manner of the spell, half of me, has continued to erode, as you see, and that is not an affliction, but is resided solely to the body. A monitor preserve me, but His presence wanes each day. You have found the air quite breathable, yes?
Yes. Oddly.
An enchantment of my own design. When we were first marooned in here, it was swiftly filling with water, and so I have constructed a means by which a continuous air bubble exudes from this chamber. He seems quite... You can see he seems quite taken aback and very, very uncomfortable following his outburst.
Guess I didn't need to waste that spell slot. I mean, don't think I'd say spell slot in character, but that magic.
There is much as this creature I am not familiar with. I have obligations that leave me unable to stray too far, and I am not too much of a fighter myself. But something has happened to the captain.
Oh, go ahead.
You did mention something earlier about ending this curse or so forth. By that, do you mean bringing down this creature, or just cleansing it of the undeath from the cursed object?
I believe to do one is to achieve both. The creature, the captain, everything undead here has not been raised by a traditional necromancer. I was afforded some small study of the scepter before the ship was consumed. The gem atop it contains a lich, if you are familiar with such a thing. A terrible and most heinous undead affront to all natural life. If anyone wants to make me an arcana check, see if they're or religion, to see if they are familiar with lichdom.
Of course.
This particular lich, whose name I am not aware of.
Why do you keep rolling natural 20s?
Stop,
Jesus.
Oh my gosh, stop.
You have to stop!
Jesus.
He's just
You're
here for
gonna-
knowledge.
Literally, you're gonna ask the cleric if he knows about lichdom.
It's to influence these sort of roles.
He actually knows how to become a lich. He just doesn't use it.
He pulls out his
I
book
do.
of vile darkness and...
I left it. It got shipped. It's on the ship. The shipwreck.
Yeah. That's the next one shot. Yeah, of course you would. Sometimes these checks for me aren't to see if you know about a thing that I feel like would be fair. It's like when people say, do I know what a beholder is? I imagine people know what beholders are, like we all know what dragons are. It was more for how much further do I go with the info. So
I know.
You would be aware of what liches are. Except Leviticus. I'd say you have had not too much experience with the undead beneath the sea. And your time on land has perhaps been inconsistent in what you've encountered yet. You have heard that liches are undead, like you've heard about zombies and skeletons and husks, but you perhaps don't understand the full details of what being a lich really means. Yeah, the other two, you both know what a lich is, in the extent of its, is a wizard who has committed to great evil and followed a lengthy, horrific, expensive and utterly depraved process to achieve an endless form of immortality. Pharaoh, you are familiar with the concept of like a life gem or a phylactery, and that some liches will store their essence within one. From a description of it, you are quite convinced that perhaps this gem atop the ebony scepter may have something to do with that.
Share that with the group.
We said we went to school together, but Pharaoh studied more than anyone.
Yeah.
I mean,
we know who
religious
the stray
studies. Religious studies. You don't ask me about Arcana.
To be fair, you beaten me at Arcana checks this game too.
It is my belief that the entity within the staff now shares a portion of the captain. I believe that if the captain is simply killed, or if the scepter is destroyed in the incorrect way, it will have no effect at all. If you can bring me the scepter, then under your supervision and observation, I will be able to destroy it in a manner that forces this creature to expel us. You will then hopefully have seen, and I pray to a monitor, not interfered with, the fact that I have meticulously maintained a single lifeboat at the back of a Sea Wraith. It is my fervent hope that we can then use this ship to leave.
Oh.
And that I will either be cured or obliterated. But this
We don't need the lifeboat. I can get us out of here.
How
I
so?
just figured we could
Magics?
solve the problem first. Yes.
We're 2 days out in sea by a boat that was going at full speed.
Yes. I can
see.
teleport.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
You,
I wouldn't
you can,
be so
you
sure.
can see a
Let's-
port.
I would like to solve this first because I don't want to leave this out there killing other people or infecting other people.
Well, we're here to kill it, and not to.
Don't go.
No offense, I don't want to come back a second time for it.
Don't go out
Exactly.
shouting your privileges. You may not be able to teleport us later, depending on how hard of a process this finds us to be.
Fair.
He can't help you, he's useless! You hear echoing from this corridor to the north, and you see, as you hear this, a pained expression crosses.
Do you have some
Size
friends
his
over
face.
there?
I have. I spoke before of obligations I have. I told you I was. Not any of their fucking business! I told you. Forgive me. I had obligations. My wife, my dear wife Lorena, was killed when the creature struck. I was attempting to return her to life when the scepter took effect. She is not herself. She would do us harm. But I am confident that I will be able to restore her. I will show you in good faith, of course. And he steps back and gestures for you to follow. For a set of curtains blocking off like a bit of a curtain canopy that he just pushes through and continues along his way.
While we're passing through this room, I see like the shelves are lined with things. Could I make just like a perception or investigation check as we walk through, just like glancing along for potions and stuff? Because I'm hoping he might have had the information to do like a poison curing potion. So I'm just kind of like, I'm just taking a glance before I like ask or like try to make a trade or something, just because he seems fairly knowledgeable about magic and stuff.
Yeah. You see... Yeah, make me an investigation check.
All right. Oh, I thought I took this. Apparently I didn't. 14, I believe. Yeah.
You see a few journals, as I'm sure you can imagine. The journals are waterlogged and torn and in a terrible way. The bottles that have contents seem to be mundane liquids, perhaps sort of bodily fluids that have been collected or failed concoctions. You see a few of them have like just small pieces of metal in the murky, varying degrees of like the murky liquid that you saw, the water that was obviously mixed with sort of bodily fluids. It looks like he's doing some sort of just like testing the rate at which rust is setting in to the different types of liquid. You do see a couple of very dried out herbs that would be familiar with the creation of antidotes, but no antidotes itself. With your intelligence, I would give you that this guy being half undead, you would imagine that if he's been here by himself or nearly by himself, he probably has no need to worry about poison now, and so perhaps probably hasn't had to brew anything. As he continues leading you back, you find a holding cell that has been shoddily constructed, like iron bars that are clearly all different colours, different sizes, not even like uniform shape. Again, salvaged from the wrecks of various ships, have been driven into the fleshy walls of a creature and formed a very crude holding cell. Along the wall, on the other side, the entire wall is just carved and patterned with faintly glowing runes. There is a slight breeze in this room as you just get... It's that kind of very low, almost air hockey table level of light air being pushed out. Not even enough to make a breeze, just an awareness as you believe that these are the runes that are gradually filling the kraken with air. In the cage, you see an entirely undead woman. Not skeletal, more just like that sort of bloated, drowned corpse of what was clearly once in life a woman with long dark hair. She's now just leaning up against the walls, against the bars, fingers wrapped around them, grinning wickedly across you all as you enter. And before we engage with this woman, I'm going to propose we take a 15-minute break. We've been playing for 2 hours so far. Should we take 15 and come back at 15:15 and carry on?
Okay.
Cool, yeah. A cat agrees. Yeah,
The cat says
I
yeah.
was going to say, was that my cat or
agrees.
someone else's? I couldn't tell.
We will
Sorry, that's mine.
we'll take 15 then, and we'll be back shortly. And we're back. Hello, welcome back to TPK Roleplay and the Curse of the Sea Wraith from Crucible Magazine. So we had just entered this chamber with Dr. Silas. Let me just get Foundry back up. There we go. Where his wife, Lorena, is now clearly very undead. Fully undead, unlike the good doctor. And is leering through these bars, looking at you all. Just like, oh, I don't think there's much about you, is there?
Don't worry, Pharaoh. I would not let that happen to... I would also keep you, if you died, locked away for safekeeping, and then find a way to revive you. That sounded a lot smoother in my head. It was like a...
I think I understand the sentiment, but for my sake, I would put Pharaoh's body to rest at that point.
Or just,
I hope
or
you-
just give him here. I'll look after. I'll take good care of him for you.
I love that giggle. That was so good.
So, riddle me this. How do you expect to remedy the situation when we bring the staff?
The doctor just sort of looks contemplative for a moment. He's like, my belief is that once the crystal is destroyed and the souls are released, I'll have a brief window to attempt to perform the resurrection ritual again before Lorena's souls are lost to the deep and before this vessel begins to, I do not know if it will sink, if it will float, if it will rupture, but we will have moments to act.
So the presence of the corruption and the curse is what is preventing her from... It's preventing the process, like the natural passing and the natural resurrection.
Yes,
So we
the
need
presence
to
of
disrupt that.
the scepter and the lich that is drawing all of his lost souls to him. They linger, half trapped.
Can Can a resurrection even be performed after so much time?
It can, with the correct materials and the knowledge. I have been tirelessly researching and communing with Immortal when he still spoke back. I fear we have swam too far or too deep, or perhaps I have drifted too far to still hear him.
So, we think that the captain is under the control of the lich? Who is to say that the captain has not become the lich itself?
I believe both are the case, yes. I believe a portion of the lich, as time has gone on, has possessed him. The lich now dwells within the gem, but has extended beyond and exerted an influence into him. It's very hard to explain this further without breaching into Stranger Things sort of territory.
How far are the chambers?
He has made his lair throughout some of the organs, which I do not dare myself venture into. The front portion of the ship, I forget the term for it, was forced through the wall of the stomach and offers access to deeper parts of the ship. He himself controlling the scepter, which in turn controls the undead, of which our vessel is, was able to move through the walls. You may have seen earlier you passed a vertebrae on your way around to me. He, with his staff, can part those at will. You, not being afforded such gifts, must take the long way. The distasteful way.
I'm assuming that is the other path on the aft of the ship.
The aft. Yes, thank you. Thinks he's fucking smart.
Does the captain now possess spell casting abilities?
Yeah? He didn't before, but he does because of his fucking staff. What about it?
We'll need a moment to rest.
While he's like this, you see she is beside herself with glee. She's literally like clapping and reaching for her bars, desperately trying to reach out to him. Clearly very just entertained by this outburst. What are you in here for anyway? Ogling my wife! Get out! Go on, get on my lap!
Let's go set up shop.
Everyone's coming in here, so lucky I let any one of you go. Is Harbour remaining with purpose? Or have the others just clicked down the corridor quicker?
Oh, sorry.
It's fine, I wasn't sure. They all shot off and...
I was rereading my character sheet to see when I get my spell slots back.
as you all going down this corridor, you do just hear after a few months a very pained... I apologize.
All right. What do each of you carry with you? We were at port and we separated to, get our items. What, are any of you preparing anything as Pharaoh pulls out a very small vial with a very heavy viscous liquid in it. I need time to apply this.
So, I have some ether essence, which I don't know if it would currently be helpful, but it is here. Basically, it's an inhaled drug which can basically knock anything unconscious. like basically like put them to sleep, poison them for a certain amount of time.
I don't know if that will work on undead.
Yes, I originally thought it could be strong enough for the kraken, but I did not know the kraken was bigger than that and undead. I was planning for one of the, humongous creatures, not the Leviathan-esque creatures. So, I don't know if it'll be helpful at all, but that's
You
what
still
I have.
could have. It would have made for amazing art. You stood in a Titanic pose like.
Well, and that's why I have the gust.
You could have just like Captain Jack Sparrow that.
And that's also why I have gust, so I don't need to be right next to it to like throw it at them. I can just blow it towards them like fairy dust.
I really like that.
Because it doesn't specify what type of creature, so it could work on monstrous creatures. But we were consumed, so I did not have that chance.
Do you know what? I know you didn't get a chance to do it, but I want you to put inspiration on your character sheet for that. Because just hearing about that tactical thought, very
I
cool.
also have a potion, but based on how long this route is, I probably will not use it now.
What potion is it?
Lightning resistance?
I would definitely say wait, especially if we're gonna take a short rest.
Yeah. Well, we haven't needed to fight a kraken either, so the planning for the kraken was maybe not necessary.
Well, we didn't know what we were getting into fully until we got here.
You can always take that potion as a precaution when we prepare for right before we encounter the captain.
The combat, that's what I was thinking.
I have this oil slipperiness for it mimics the freedom of movement spell, and I don't know what we'll encounter on our way there, so if you wish to rest, I think I might make use of this before we venture out. There wouldn't possibly, I don't believe we would have time beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's just take a moment to catch our breaths. I'm sure the captain here needs a moment as well.
My good man, I was not a captain. I was simply a physician.
No, our captain.
Ah, yes, and he sort of sees Marius for the first time. He's like, you yourself are a captain, are you, sir? And he affirms, and me having no desire to have a conversation with myself, offers him an edge more hospitality, more for the sake of it. He pulls out a stool for him and notes that he seems to be quite wounded.
Yeah,
and
basically he's gonna be safe here. That's all I care about.
Yeah, okay. And yeah, he has some leftover medical supplies that he mentions he can take use of. He's got like a, you see he's got like suturing kits and things like that, and some scalpels, and you can see there's quite a bit of like heavy splintering that Marius has taken from the impact of like the wood of a crash, and then obviously been sliced, and Dr. Silas offers to make him right as rain.
Yeah, we'll leave him in his care while we take a minute to rest.
Okay.
I'm also gonna just roll one hit die.
Yeah, if we're taking a short rest, you can go into your character sheet. You have a bed icon of take a rest where you have short and long, and when you're taking a short rest, it will prompt you however many hit dice you want to roll.
1d6.
Because no reason not to go out full.
So, it looks like I rolled a 1. Oh god. So 5, 9 is 14.
If it's possible, just taking the last 10 minutes of that short rest to get that salve and just slowly apply it to the wrists, just around.
Greasing himself up.
If I spill it, it'll be a grease spell. We don't want that.
Just taking a little lube.
Oh,
it's
too
lotion.
much.
It's lotion.
Puts Puts the slippery oil on its skin.
I feel like
Oh,
lotion
no.
always ends sticky, though. You know.
It's tanning lotion. I don't know.
You plan?
Sat on that one little lamp.
You mean like tanning, like or like?
Tanning oil.
I guess it would be like massage oil then.
Yeah,
That's
basically.
not. You know, it isn't exact science, so
Why would it have to be tanning?
why not magic?
Why does this oil smell fishy?
Okay. So yeah, you apply a short rest. Let's have a look.
So
It
now we're
looks
not
like-
poisoned.
Correct, yeah. It looks like only Harbour has applied it through Foundry so far, though. Let me have
Can
a
you
look.
take the poison marker off me? I don't know how to do that.
I can and I will. You were
Shukran.
not poisoned. And
Are you
you
su-
were
are you
not
sh-
poisoned.
Are you sure? Oh, I see what you mean. I rolled the hit dice, but I didn't click on the take the short rest.
Yeah,
I see what
yeah.
you mean.
I did it twice on accident because I didn't
Excellent.
roll the right amount of hit die.
That's fine. You only cast like one spell anyway, didn't you? So it isn't like you've cheated on your spell slot recovery.
Yeah. And I don't think I get them back anyway, so
Not on a short rest.
No.
I
Okay,
don't play
so
sorcerers that much, but
you take a period to rest up and take stock of your situation. The conclusion of an hour. I'm going to assume as well, Pharaoh, you're not concentrating on your spell now, are you?
No, never was.
I don't know why it has that effect. I've gotten rid of it now.
Always thinking.
But yeah,
because the death ward lasts 8 hours. He doesn't need to
Yeah.
concentrate on that.
yeah. So an hour passes. What do we wish to do?
After we feel rested, I'll look to the good doctor and our captain and say, we shall venture out and see what we can do. And doctor, just in case, if for our friend here, there's anything you can do to prevent him from suffering a similar fate, we would appreciate it.
so will you point out the way to us or guide us on this part?
I myself will remain here and tend to your good captain, but... And he just walks to the doorway and just points off across the chamber, where you see the other half of the ship. Oh, there's a skeleton I forgot to destroy earlier. He's now gone. Yeah, he points to the other section of the ship, where you can see the prow of it has clearly punctured through the wall of an
I see
organ,
now.
and there is a space beyond.
Gotcha.
Marius sort of like Marius sat back in his chair, just sort of feebly waves you off and gives you a bit of like a grab and a pat on the arm as you go by, Pharaoh.
Did he say what was down the vertebrae over this way?
He said, but the captain will have passed through the vertebrae. Remember, he has the means to control the body of the creature, but it has evidently been sealed behind him when he stepped away from greeting you.
So, okay, we got to go through the anus.
So
then.
we're crossing
Oh.
over.
I didn't
Hey,
like that.
hey! If it was adventure complete, you've gotten out.
Yeah.
But
That's
unfortunately,
why I said,
no.
What do you think I said? I'll see you on the other side.
Oh no.
We'll
So
make
yeah,
it through.
you cross back over. How did you go about doing that? Very nice of you all to try and just assume you make it through the shark-infested waters.
Oh no!
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say, like, let me go into the water first.
I was just gonna
like-
swim, you know.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, let me go into the water because you guys have ranged attacks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can fire from below. I'm okay tanking this thing in the water.
I might electrocute you on accident, though, depending on how this goes.
I mean, if you could like not lightning bolt me, that would be great.
I'll think about it. Let me review my spells.
Swimming across Leviticus, there is no sign of a shark.
Oh, so thank goodness we just flew then.
But he's like, but don't presume there is.
Yeah. That shark now going to come back later on land with a run speed.
I did almost pull it onto land and then question, it's undead, it won't drown, will it? Like, it won't suffocate on land?
No, wouldn't it? It would have just been very
It
confusing.
wouldn't move very well, but...
the irony is, it's actually not a shark; it's a bullet, but it can't drown. So
Oh, God.
Yeah. So yeah, you find yourself on the bow of a ship. You can see it penetrates through into a different cavity within the creature. Everybody make me a perception check. In fact, no, with that passive perception. On the bow of the ship, as you're heading up, you do see a locked hatch on the floor with a heavy padlock in the water-soaked planks that would have led to another compartment or a storage area within the ship in, I'll say, life, even though it is a ship. But yeah, it appears to still be padlocked, and could potentially be opened if anybody is interested. Or you can just pass through the cavity deeper into the ship. I would also say at this point, the smell of decay is strong. And hello to our raiders. Thank you for raid, Mel.
I would like to find what is in this hidden compartment, because only important things are locked.
To be fair, he did say that they've been going around finding treasure, so...
Yeah. Which, if the padlock is really that durable, maybe it's better to just break the wood. The wood?
Break the wood?
Break the wood?
I don't have the ability to pick locks, but I could try to break it with a strength check. If anybody else has...
How old is this lock? Could I, like, freeze it to make it more fragile? Because I can freeze things, but I don't have knock on me.
Honestly, I would say... Is it a cantrip you're freezing with, or is it like a leveled spell?
Well, I could do multiple, but I was going to use a cantrip, but...
Okay, it is such waterlogged, old, soaked, bloated wood that I imagine freezing it would then give Leviticus's gives his attempts to brute it open advantage and a +2, I think, because this is geography. This is the freeze 4 effect in action here, people.
Mm-hmm.
He can
and
smack
then
it.
Guidance for a D4 to that as well.
This is a group huddle about blowing this one lock open.
How are we gonna do this?
We're gonna cantrip the shit out of this.
I like how there's been more planning to bust this lock open and coordination than there was in your group quest to hunt and seek out this kraken.
Yeah.
I mean, we were just kind of going off into the ocean, being like,
Yeah.
well, let's...
With guidance as well, I'm going to say it makes no sense. Because if I put it to a roll, if this didn't work now, it would be ridiculous. So that combination, harbour, freezing the planks and sort of making them extremely brittle, the magical guidance from Pharaoh, and then just all of that magical finesse being followed up by a great big boot or shoulder from Leviticus, it does crack open. And the hatch opens into... You see what is not a storage space, but actually a rather small cabin inside. Lined with, or have been thrown around, old weapon racks. It looks like it's the old armory of the Sea Wraith. It is filled with... Where are we? There we go. Rusted sabres and various weapons. All simple and martial weapons are in here. They are mundane and they are rusted. And there's a couple of ruined sets of splint mail armor that afford no AC bonus. I would give you, though, Pharaoh, you notice in this chamber with your perception that there's one area where the hull of the ship has buckled very oddly. Looks like it was almost forced through at one point and is now extremely fragile on the wall. So a weak spot within the wall of the chamber you've just uncovered.
I'll point it out to my colleagues, my friends.
Can I investigate it without breaking it? Just in case there's stomach acid or water that's gonna flood us. I just want to test the wood to see if it gives or if there's something behind it.
With a little knock and a feel, make me an investigation check. Yes. I am going to give it to you for free, you may uncover more of your roll, that you, with a little bit of a knock and a press test, you can tell there is a hollow space behind this.
I am rolling under 10 with every roll today.
Yeah.
13.
Yeah, there is all our 20s.
There is, whatever is beyond here, the space is hollow.
I am just going to cast a bit of a thunderclap and just try to burst the wood.
I was going to say,
Okay.
you don't have to spend a spell on that.
Well, it's a cantrip, and I get to use one of my magic items for it, so...
Okay. The
So I need to make an Arcana check to see if I succeed, because
okay.
it is a spell that I do not know technically, but I can
Okay.
cast any spell from the list, even if I don't know, as long as I make a check. I need to beat a 10, and my Arcana is a +9, so I rolled a 1, which is a 10. So,
You gotta love the hat of wizardry items.
so I don't know if that counts because it's still what I needed, but
Yeah. The wood shatters back. You see a suit of armor behind, rusted, but still imposing, full of decayed bones of the person who was wearing it when they died. Or didn't, because it then lurches forward through the gap and attempts to strike out at you.
Oh.
Harbour, can everyone please roll me initiative?
How dare!
You caught my curiosity. I like how I dramatically wait to look at the dice roll and then do the math in my head and realize it was already there. Like it does the math before it finishes rolling.
Yeah, so you see this armoured skeleton just bursts out, still holding a shield and a long sword. But Pharaoh, it's still wrenching itself out of part of the ship. You all sort of get a good few seconds before it can take a swing. Pharaoh, you're up first. Harbour, you're next.
Just quickly fling my fingers to let some radiance fall down on them from below, like kind of like a mini bonfire of radiance. I need them to make a dexterity check for Sacred Flame.
That is a 13.
No.
No, it's not. Ooh. Is that
19
19 damage? Whew, I've never seen such big radiant flames. Yeah, that the flames. Well, you tell me what your sacred flame looks like.
It is almost kind of looks like an artistic interpretation of. It's not your typical just white flame. It's okay. I'm glad that it wasn't just me. Cause I was like, whoa.
Yeah, each track the
The
first time. So
immersion.
yeah. I each track I will go shh. Go on, sorry, you were saying.
It almost looks like a painting version. It's wreathed in orange and white and hues of blue. A very colorful interpretation of what divine flames can be.
Okay, I like that. Anything else from you?
No, that will be my turn.
Okay, Harbour, you're up. Leviticus, you're next.
I am going to take my bonus action to cast, just like I did on the boat, a gust of wind. So I need a strength check from him.
Check or saving throw.
Oh, sorry, strength saving throw of
Okay.
12. Let me make sure.
He fails with an 8.
So he goes flying. The number is 15 feet away.
Well, there's only this cavity against the wall. He's not even emerged out yet. He's basically blown back in. So he can't go the distance, but I will give him some fall damage for how hard he's hit the wall.
Because I was essentially just trying to make sure if I moved, he didn't get an opportunity attack. So I was like trying to push him back in the hole so I could take a step back, essentially.
I'll give you the choice. Some damage hitting the wall, but you can still take a swing. Or he's pinned for a couple of seconds and you can just step away. So damage or no opportunity attack. I'll let you choose.
I will go with the no opportunity attack.
Okay, yeah, he's just pinned back for a moment. You see him try to swing, but he can't get his hand quite away from the wall.
And then I will shift to the other side of the boat, and with my action, I will cast Ray of Frost. So I will actually ping that one for you, because the other one's my item. I don't know if I can ping it, so that's why.
The music will prevail.
Standard roll.
It refuses to be hushed.
Each new track is like, you will know my name.
Okay, so I rolled a 26 to hit.
That hits, definitely hits.
And then that is 17 cold damage.
Good lord.
And he is slowed by
He is.
15 feet because of my curse of the sea. So, since it was cold damage, he is slowed.
Yeah, okay. Anything else from Harbour?
No.
Leviticus, you're up. Skeleton,
Bring it
you
home.
may be up next.
Maybe.
Well, I guess I'm right in front of him, right? Right next
You
to him?
are.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's more where he
Yeah.
is in the grid.
In that case, I'm just gonna go ahead and make 2 attacks on him.
In the current position, kind of like that pinch against a wall. Flanking, question mark?
I tend not to run with flanking for these.
That's fine.
Yeah. I think with so many things having pack tactics, flanking then just basically means everyone's got advantage all the time, it feels like.
Okay, I won't melee anyone.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to see where I can roll my attacks. I guess right.
The icon of the ability.
Okay.
27 definitely hits.
It was almost a 4, luckily.
Yeah. 13.
Yeah, and some of that is radiant.
Okay.
And then my second attack.
You just twist to the side. It digs into the quite hard, but still a little bit of spongy give the wall of a creature. You aren't sure for a second if you do just hear a distant groan outside the walls. Anything else from you, Leviticus?
Nope.
The skeleton, overjoyed to get a chance to do at least something in this encounter, takes its sword and it is going to swing twice. Once at Leviticus, once at Pharaoh.
He gets disadvantage on Pharaoh.
Okay, the first swing at Leviticus. There's a 20 hit. Well, can you do anything? Can you react to a 20?
No, he hits me on arrows with 20.
I use my warding flare to give you disadvantage for him.
Yeah, so there we go.
Warding flare. So we protect each other.
We do the Spider-Man thing where we point at each other and like disadvantage.
So what? Can you ward and flare someone else? Is it only for attacking you, Devin?
Yes, it's improved when you level up with this subclass.
Okay.
It's improved.
I'll allow for this one. What we'll do in future is, for those reactions, declare them when I'm saying making the attack, because you have to normally announce it, I believe, before it's hit with Ward and Flare. I think it doesn't say when a creature hits. So in case we get more of them, just as the attack comes, declare that intent for disadvantage for me. But for this
Sorry,
one...
don't want
That's all right.
to speak over you.
No, that's fine. Let me roll like... Oh, for things like that, I'm always happy with Ward and Flare. I played a 3-year Chaos Strike campaign with a cleric. I had Ward and Flare. So I'm absolutely used to just rolling with it when mid-description someone goes, Ward and Flare. And with disadvantage, it is a miss. So the first one just goes hitting in into a splinter and dex. And then from the same position it tries to do this big horizontal swing towards Pharaoh. But Leviticus just manages to try and work the shield in the way. And let's see what happens there. And it misses. The synergy between the two of them, very impressive. Skeleton manages... Yeah, Skeleton manages nothing. Top of the round, it's Pharaoh. Harbour, you're coming up.
I speak in Celestial. I speak be gone, and I need it to make a Constitution saving throw as I cast Word of Radiance.
You know, to be fair, I did forget that it had disadvantage on me because I always have protection of good and evil up with my auras.
Ah, okay.
But either way,
It rolled an 11. Is that 10 radiant damage?
Yes.
Tell me how you obliterate it.
With the celestial power of the word be gone, the residue of that radiant sacred flame starts very akin to the disintegrate spell, disintegrates and turns the skeleton into dust, and it just disappears.
It does.
I did notice that armor was unique. Is it the armor still there, or is it gone with the skeleton?
None of the armor remains. You see a set of ornate but heavily rusted and sort of tarnished plate armor. I would give to you all, with your level and your experience and your background, Harbour, but you would know, were it magical, it would not have tarnished. It would remain pristine.
Fair enough. Well, I was hoping for something a little more interesting.
The sword is also rusted.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's nothing else in that cavity, just the skeleton?
It looks like it had been like a chest, or he got thrown out and squashed against the wall when the ship came in.
Disappointing.
Let's not waste any time.
Yes.
We're still in combat.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't move.
Dope.
Looking through here, I see green.
You smell before
water?
you see anything.
Fuck.
It's just the smell of decay. Peering through, you see the smell of decay filling a fleshy cavity. It's an overwhelming smell. You see the broken bowsprit of the ship has pierced through it into what appears to be an organ that produced the kraken's stomach acid. A large yellow-green pool with chunks of rotting flesh floating on the surface bubbles beneath the bow. You see that there is a chance, in fact, no, you don't see yet, but you see that you are able to walk out on the bow that is the bowsprit, which is suspended out above this pool. If any of you are feeling brave enough.
I'm gonna assume
like
that's acrobatics.
To jump from the end to the other side?
Or, well, I meant like walking out on the mast.
Just walking out. Yeah, just walking out on it is fine. It's like at its most narrow is like a foot wide still. You could walk along a plank. As you get out there, you see that there is indeed a bit of a large vein that is left turned to a tunnel heading off deeper into the creature. But you are suspended above this just churning pool of. There's a very sulphurous, acidic smell coming up. It is indeterminately deep, and you are precariously perched on this bowsprit.
I have a question.
Yes.
Could I attempt to see if there's enough water in the stomach acid itself to freeze it for a short time? So we could make like a stepping stone to jump onto, then jump over there?
What is the scale of your freezing spell? I don't know if it's a particular spell you're...
It's
one of them where if you're there with Ray of Frost, like, I'd say it takes so long.
Yeah, so I have control water, which I could just freeze a 5-foot square, but I could also just... I have a few different ways I could think of doing it. I could also just float us, but that would cost a higher level spell, which is 4th level, which I kind of don't want to do. Or I could try to just gust of wind really hard to blow it out of the way so we could step.
Gonna Moses this.
Do
Yeah,
any...
like,
so,
literally
Ray of Frost and Gust don't cost you a spell slot, do they?
No, and control water does not either.
Okay, so
But Gust is a 2nd level spell, though.
Okay, so for the freebies, you would, testing these, you would see that there is very little effect of like the Ray of Frost. You after a few different tests of it, you become fairly certain that the acid content is too high for it to effectively be frozen by this.
While he's doing this, how high is the mast above the acid?
It is suspended 15 foot above the surface of the liquid.
Okay.
What was the other spell you were looking to test, Hyacinth? Sorry, so you freeze it?
The next one was Gust of Wind to Moses it, just blow it aside. And that's a 2nd level spell.
Yeah, as you're looking down and you see sort of like shifts slightly beneath, I'd give it to you that you're fairly confident that this would probably be too deep for that spell to be effective.
Well, the alternative is I could Gust of Wind the two of you across.
Well,
because I can knock you 30 feet away.
Well, I got a suggestion. We'll try this. I'm going to take out my 50 feet of rope, and I'm going to tie one end to the bow here. Because if we're 15 feet up and basically jumping down to that vein, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Then basically, as long as I can jump with the other end over there, then you guys can just basically use the rope to slide down safely. Kind of like a zip line, more or less.
The sad part is, if I went the normal storm sorcerer instead of sea, I could just fly.
What you gonna do?
Choices.
It's all good.
That's the sister school.
So either you can blow me across, or I can make an athletics check. I just forget the DC to jump basically 15 feet.
Can you jump that far?
I mean, I add 9.
Oh,
Let's have a look. You're not wearing super heavy plate armor or anything, are you? In fact, are you wearing any armor on your character sheet, Leviticus? Oh yeah,
I am wearing plates. I am wearing plate.
It is heavy.
I don't roll disadvantage on it, I don't think.
Yeah. Let's have a look. You can make an athletics check to try and go. So you're tying the rope off around the bowsprit?
Yeah, basically. So that way it's 15.
Just want to check as well, Pharaoh and Hyacinth, are we happy with this route, or do you have... I know, Hyacinth, you were starting to talk about...
I am happy with this route, but if I see he's not going to make it, I am going to blow him from behind to try to push him further.
Basically, he's like,
so,
all right.
In case of emergency, if it looks like he's not going to make it, I'm just going to be oops and just push.
I'm confident that Tony is not watching this stream, because the number of things in the last 2 minutes that would have had bonk emojis being spammed in that stream chat.
Oh shit! I didn't even hear that.
Is very, very high. We've had. I'm gonna blow him. I'm gonna blow him from behind. You can blow me on this ship. I've been looking at my chat, waiting for Tony to pop up with LeBonk. So he must be
very good lungs. What can I say?
Yeah.
You're just adding feels. I touch his shoulders. Don't fuck it up. With guidance.
That is the best guidance you can give.
Okay. Leviticus, make me a... It's athletics for the run and the leap. There's nothing acrobatic about this. It's just that big standing jump. Holding the rope. You've tied the rope off. You have landed
17.
Successfully. Heavily and clumsily. But you land here and manage to not go into the soup. Hey up, calm down. Calm down, man. Yeah, there's a rope tied off, and yeah, Leviticus stands holding on at the other side.
So yeah, I just got the rope taunt so you guys can
shimmy down.
Yep.
Do you want me to go first, or would you like to go first?
Go on.
I will hold my staff like on the rope and just kind of like hangman, like slide down, like zip line. Yeah, of course.
How much do you weigh, each of you other two?
I don't. It's
You never ask a lady their weight.
Yeah, I was about to say,
both of you have looking at your encumbrance weights. Both of you are traveling very light. What is
Yeah, 'cause
Leviticus'
I don't
strength?
wear
Leviticus is
armor or anything.
20 strength, proficient in athletics. Yeah, we're just going to go with this.
That's the one perk of not wearing any armor.
Yeah.
The heaviest
Yeah,
thing is my
I've got
staff.
plate armor, so just me leaning back is probably more than they weigh.
Okay.
I would recommend
Harbour.
that. I would say he's about maybe 135, 140.
Very specific. Okay, yeah. Harbour makes it over.
Yeah, they were the nerds in school, but I was the one trying to do the jock stuff.
I have
Okay.
a good metabolism. How dare you?
Pharaoh, are you following suit?
Yes.
You also make it over. As you pass over, Pharaoh, and you look down, you just see enough churning in the stomach acid, and something catches your eye. A few sort of tendrils move up towards you as you see that actually within the acid, churning in its depths, it seems that there were some concentrated pools or globules of acid that were reaching up to you as you went over. But as you land on the ledge, after a few moments, they sink back down.
I was about to
into
say,
the,
just for
acid.
shits and giggles, I'll gust them away. Just splatter them against the wall.
Okay, yeah, they are shifted a little bit by it, but then become difficult to see as they sort of just dissolve back into the rest of the soup.
Someone was hungry.
No.
This tubular hole you're in now looks like it's part of a kraken's intestine, and it inclines steeply. Climbing this gunk-covered 20-foot-high section, you quickly find that you're going to need to focus and really pay attention to your footing and trying to take grip where you can on the wall. It is going to take athletics checks to safely get up here. Looking at the speed of the incline, each of you is very confident that to fail may have you end up in the stomach acid.
Can I go first?
Yes. You guys go. I'm basically down there in like catcher mode.
Okay. Actually,
Okay.
mine's not awful. It's just not good.
We could do it that way, or we could do where we get the rope and you climb first and we tie to ourselves. So if we were to fall, we don't fall down.
That's fair.
I guess we can see how Harbour makes it up himself.
Well, oh yeah.
How much more rope do you have on you? Because obviously, Leviticus, keep in mind, your rope is now tied to the bowsprit.
Yeah, and that was my 50 feet of normal rope. I also have a rope of mending.
Nice. Okay.
I
So
rolled
who
a
is
12.
so who is going first? So that's your okay. You make it a ways up before your footing goes. You slap onto your front heavily with a wet and begin to slide rapidly back. Pharaoh and Leviticus, you both see this coming. I want Pharaoh to make the first athletics check to keep hold, to manage to steady Harbour. This is a DC 14. If you fail, you will both continue to go, and Leviticus, you will have a DC 18 to capture both of them.
Can I guidance myself?
I would not say you had enough time to do that, as this is it a reaction guidance?
I mean, it's just something you do before you do like an ability check.
I think the cast time is an action.
Yeah,
What is that?
having not specified you were doing it before the climb starts, I think there wouldn't be enough time with that slap sliding down towards you. It is an 11. Harbour bangs into you. As you try to sort of steady them, the impact of them hitting you, your feet go from beneath you. You tumble on top of them, and you both continue to slide down. Leviticus, you see it happening. Brace yourself. I need a DC 18 athletics from you to steady both of them as they're sliding down towards you, Leviticus.
You know, this is going real well.
18.
Wow.
Oh, you feel your heels stop. Your heels are dangling above. You are being pushed back, bracing yourself against your companions. You feel behind you that smell of sulfur gets stronger, and you see one of the tendrils, one of the acid elementals, just reaching up. But you manage to hold and push, as you shove them back in. Also, ridiculously, hello to the huge raiding party of over 100 people.
Big raid.
Hi.
Hi.
We are halfway through a Crucible magazine one-shot. It's nice to see you all. Leviticus, you've successfully stopped all of them from falling back. You push them back up. Everyone's okay. But you still have to try again.
Okay.
You go first.
Let me tie the rope to myself, and then you guys tie the rope, and then I'll go up.
Can I just
Okay.
gust you up there?
You can't
I'm really making the most of this.
Harbor, I know, but Harbor, you can't solve all your problems with blowing.
It worked really well in school.
Jesus. Okay, who's going first?
Okay, so I'm gonna go up first.
Whoa, that's a big zoo. Where's that athletics check from you, Leviticus?
Yeah.
You presumptuous little
went,
triton.
Went too far. I'm sorry.
You dug too deep and too greedily. Yeah, you make it. You make it up. As you get up there, and you're carrying this rope with you, you find yourself entering a dry chamber, the floor littered with yellow bones, under an intricate web of old rigging affixed to the ceiling and walls. Immediately visible, sitting among the pile of bones, is a dwarven corpse who is actively whittling away at a femur, whilst tunelessly whistling a sea shanty. He looks up as you enter, this rope bundled over your shoulder, and flashes a toothless grin above a rotten beard as he says, "Ha-ha! We have guests, eh? Come to visit old Kilsniff, have you?" As the dwarf speaks, the floor of bones shifts and skulls, hundreds of skulls are on the floor and ceiling, all slowly turn to look at you. Obviously, down the corridor, the other two, I imagine, just hear.
See, that's the issue. We never know whether they're alive or not, or if they're just decorations.
Both? They're both.
Pass down the rope.
Yeah, well, I basically left the rope. I just had the end tied to me.
Yeah, you just have to tell us when you're done so we can come up.
I basically say, we've got a skeleton up here. Or a zombie, I guess. Does he look like he's gonna make is he ready to attack me, or is he
Looking at him, you see he sat there with this knife whittling away at the bone. You would notice that he has no lower half. He seems to have been quite crudely torn in either life or undeath, but he is from the stomach up, and he is sat there just whittling away. He's made no moves over towards you so far. He just seems a bit bemused and affronted that you haven't replied.
I'm going to make a persuasion check. And I'm going to say, "Pardon me, sir. We're only going through to speak with the captain. Captain Rogers."
Yeah, it may not be possible that much. It is my duty to make sure that only quick of mind can get through. Let the captain's time not be wasted, if you know what I mean.
Well, if you give me a moment to get my friends up here, we'll gladly show you how quick of a mind we are.
Yes, very good, very good. You'll see a bit of a skeletal, a wall of bones sort of blocks off a lot of the this section here currently. But yeah, if you're sure in yourself again, the others can make it up without issue. Your feet might slip a few times, but you've got this. You're holding onto these ropes.
I weigh more than they do.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably
to
combined.
To show what we learned in school and how well we use quick of mind, I will say, as I get up, "Oh, wow, you've got quite the bone on there." Just to keep the joke going.
Okay. Good lord.
Just in case he's into it, I don't know.
I think that joke was dead on arrival.
Yeah. Oh, good lord. Give me a break.
Literally.
And combat starts.
So yeah,
There is
yeah.
no escape.
Every single enemy has now taken issue with you. So yes, Kilsref looks across you all. You're looking to get out of passing through my little workshop, are you, eh? Looking to harry the captain with what? Queries, requests, silly little comments.
We
Yes.
are merely going to ask him to acquire the staff from him.
The staff? Seeks the staff? Well, humour me. Answer me riddle, and I'll let you through.
Not a riddle.
The answer is always C.
Answer it not, and I'll shiv you. And he just waves his bone whittling knife. What say ye? Do we have a deal?
Very well.
Oh, best think of one, man, hadn't I? Best think of one. If only I had one written down. And Kilsrif begins to recite. A wealthy naval captain told his 3 sons he would die soon and needed to decide which one of them to bequeath his ship. He tells his sons, so he did, go to the port market and buy something large enough to fill my bedroom, but small enough to fit in your pocket. From this, I will decide which of you is the wisest and worthy enough to inherit my ship. They all went to the market, and each returned with a different item. The father told his sons to come into his quarters one at a time and try to fill the bedroom with their item. The first son came in and put in some pieces of cloth he brought and laid them across the floor, but it barely covered the floor. The second son came in and spread some hay on the floor, but there was only enough to cover half. The third son came in and showed his father what he had bought. He was instantly pronounced the new captain. What did the third son show his father?
A lit candle.
What is it? Fuck me!
To be fair, he's our cleric of light.
When I heard it was a tinderbox, but the concept is the same, but... fucking hell.
I really wanted to shiv someone.
I did! Well,
Sorry.
he gets his
Elementary.
knife and just throws it and says, well... Fine. I was going to attack you, but... go on. And he waves an arm, and the bone curtain collapses. You see a couple of creatures sort of dragging themselves out of the pile of bones in like vaguely animal, vaguely like animal shaped. You see like an owl bear, a small dragon, clearly not actually the bones of these creatures, but knotted together in the shape of those creatures, and they're all kind of skulking towards you throughout the bones very slowly. But he goes, leave it, they got it right. And you see this like skeletal owl bear shape kind of go and
Wait,
bow its head sadly.
Skeletal owl bear?
It is human skeletal remains that have formed up into the shape of an owl bear.
Can we keep him?
We're going to call him Boney, and we're going to love him forever.
I was so close to taking Dominate Monster today, and I am so disappointed. I would have loved to befriend an owl bear.
I'm just saying, you can't...
It's not even a real owl bear.
But it's a monster. Undeads count as monsters.
You should think twice if you want to continue being friends while having an undead creature on that ship with me.
Let's continue
Tell
on.
me it's not at least interesting.
Thank you for the riddle and keeping the ords.
Fuck off, wasting my time. As you step through, you hear just more offensive muttering, and the curtain of bones just jumps back up behind you. The walls of this descending hallway are covered in slime and muck. Undead body parts are embedded into the walls, and they shift as you make your way along. Skeletal hands reaching out to grab, and rotting heads snapping their teeth to bite. It is far less helpful than the helpful hands in the labyrinth. And yeah, reaching out, snapping There is a very thin passage you could take down the middle that keeps you out of range, but otherwise, I'm going to move you all to here, because that's where you would have started off.
Okay.
This, go for the wall. But yeah, proceed with caution, as you see.
I'm gonna playfully just like run my hands like close to them and be like, oh, my fans, they never abandoned me.
Yeah, please, as you do that, Hyacinth, make me a DC 15 dex saving throw as one of the hands tries to grab you and pull you towards it.
I clearly saw they were trying to grab it.
You did.
It was
you did.
intentional.
You get
Yeah.
You're within 10 feet of me, I think, so you get +4 to it.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna make jokes anymore. I learned my
No,
lesson.
you can, but it is specifically a creature that moves within 5 feet of either wall.
I tried.
A hand
How?
gets you
How do
around the wrist.
How do I roll so bad this entire game?
You are grappled. The other two, you just see this bony hand latch around Harbour's wrist. And as he tries to step away, it's just wrenching. You're not moved yet, but you are grappled. What would anyone like to do about it?
I am. Where is this?
Blow it.
Cut the hand.
What? Oh, I was just going to cast freedom of movement on you.
Oh, I feel like you could just smash the bone.
You can, but that seems like
To
a
be
super
fair,
strong.
if I cast this now, you'll at least have it for an hour.
That's up to you.
I have it on.
He greased himself up. Yeah, I'm gonna cast freedom of movement.
Pharaoh is like up and down the wall.
They try. It's like, yeah, it's like back scratcher.
Yeah.
Now
So you're casting
I will,
freedom of movement. Yeah.
Now I will do this. I will now make this joke when they can't catch me.
Well, they can grab.
Oh.
They can still grab you, but you just have to use your movement to get out. So they.
Yeah. Whenever they grab onto you now, they pull away, and you see quite quickly, Harbour, a lot of the hands change from grabbing to just like, and like a few rude gestures get made as the three of you are able to pass unimpeded down.
Like as soon as Harbor goes back to do it a second time, I would say I would grab him and pull him away, but I can't do that. So anyway,
not without
spell magic. Let
not without their PvP consent.
Well, not with freedom of movement up.
I'm done. I learned my lesson.
You see this corridor descends, and you see a faint shimmer in the air in front of you that's like slowly pulsing. Beyond it, you see water pressed up against an invisible force. With your combined classes and your level and the passive arcana I've seen, you could intuit that this is the extent of Dr. Silas's air bubble spell. Beyond here, it looks like you need to head into the water. There is dark, murky, green seawater in this chamber.
Oh, so it wasn't useless that I did that.
Do you all have water breathing? It's 8 hours, isn't it? Water breathing, or is it
It's
1
20.
hour?
I thought it was 24.
Oh, is it?
24.
Cool. Oh, nice. Okay.
I breathe in water normally, so
I mean, me too, but
Well, some of us can't always be. Some of us are mouth breathers. We're not.
God, get gills, Dev. I take lungs now. Gills come next week.
I have very powerful lungs.
You keep saying it's like your breath flex in this game. Yeah, it looks as if you need to head into water to proceed. Who will lead the way?
Well,
the tank will.
it's just like I'm stubborn enough to want to walk ahead once, just because I know he always wants to walk ahead. So it's kind of just the joke is I always try to beat him to it, and I don't.
Yeah. If you want to beat him to it, you can. You can certainly try to beat him to it. I'm happy with that. you begin to head into this deep, murky water. It is full of warm and cold pockets.
You.
Yeah, it is.
Warm water.
And there is a slight current in here that is inconsistent and sort of shifting as you go. Not enough to affect your movement, but just you would be aware of it. Who's taking the lead? Let's start heading in.
Yeah, let him.
So, swimming through. You see that you're in some sort of large organ. Bones again litter the floor all around you. It is about 20-foot deep chamber. It looks like some sort of, again, in what used to be when the creature was alive and functional, perhaps a twisting intestine.
I mean, with all those skeletons, he had some hard cholesterol going. All right. I guess we're gonna skirt along here.
You hear muffled echoing through the liquid. A low,
Like that.
reverberating roar.
Bless you.
Different to the noises you've heard outside the creature. This echoes through the water towards you. But you
A
do not
little
see-
unnerving.
You do not see anything.
Since we're underwater and can't quite talk, I'll motion to them to stay close to me, and we'll continue.
Can you not breathe when you're? I mean, you specifically. I mean,
I'm amphibious, so
It's vague in the rules and how amphibious things
Yeah,
can.
I mean-
it's a bit odd.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah. You see ahead of you, Leviticus, a slight incline and the faint shimmer of the surface of water, suggesting there's an exit from this chamber. You do also see movement in the murk. A large skeletal creature sprouting multiple reptilian-looking heads, all of which sort of rise from the silt and the grime on the bottom of the organ, and all fixate on you before it quickly starts slamming its hands into the floor, pulling itself forward, having seen you. I would like you all to roll initiative.
Man, when you have a tape hydra, that's really bad.
How am I the first person?
Better than
it's
being
you.
last.
Okay. I'm gonna... No, actually, I'm gonna cast Wall of Water and cut it off from us. So I'm gonna go from here. It won't let me ping. From here to here and just cut it off and try to move as far as I can past it. 5, 10, 15.
So when you say wall of water, how do you mean cut it off? You've moved the water away, so there's an air pocket now or something.
Oh, is it completely underwater?
Yeah, you are currently underwater.
Yeah, so can I
Yeah.
reverse the wall of water to do that then?
To make just an air gap between...
Yeah.
You
For some reason
can.
I thought
yeah.
it was beached almost. I thought it might work, but that makes more sense.
Yeah, you can.
And then I'll just keep using my movement to do that. Do you want me to ping the wall of water for you?
No, that's fine. I can see where you've put it, where you intended it. Okay. Anything else from Harbour?
No, that'll be my turn.
Okay. Pharaoh, before you do anything on your turn, make a perception check, please. A 26. Yes. You seeing Harbour just dart ahead, you become more aware of your own surroundings, and you just see and notice a little shift in the sediment near you as well. As you see another one of these creatures behind and below you. What would you like to do?
That's not fun.
Oh shit.
What's it going to be, Pharaoh? Leviticus, you're coming up soon.
I am going to move 15 feet.
As you go to step away, this head, one of the many heads, just shoots out and snaps out at you. Would you like to warding flare it before it attacks?
Yes.
Okay. This little underwater flare goes... Doof. Oh, with disadvantage, it hits.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah. You're not actually concentrating on anything, are you?
I don't know. I think it's from blast. Not blast, from guidance. I don't know. It says that.
Let's have a look.
Nothing's actively up for me.
Okay, yeah. That can't be right. I've never used a Hydra in combat before. Hydras obviously get extra reactions for each head they have. That doesn't mean that a Hydra at its prime gets 5 attacks opportunity for the same step out of combat, out of movement, does it? Because it kind of reads like it does.
I think what it is if basically within the round, if there were
Yeah,
like multiple
that
creatures that moved.
that makes more sense, because that would just be like, were you the wrong person on low HP? You are removed from the game.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So Pharaoh, back to what you intended to do. It bites you as you swim away, but then you...
The moment it attacks me and hurts me, I get my 15 feet and come on, move. 5, 10, 15, and I would like to cast Control Water to block off this side.
Are you blocking this off with just, again, making like an air pocket above it? Are you just removing the water from the stretch?
I actually, to be
You
more
can freeze
specific,
it too. With control water.
Control Water is the... Oh, come on.
Leviticus, be thinking about what you're going to do in a second.
I want to redirect the flow, and I want to, instead of creating the pocket where it's coming forward, I want to push it. Like, I'm pushing everything, like, to push it back.
Okay.
We're going to water bend this shit and just keep it in the back. Try to forcefully keep it.
It is a huge creature, so I will let it make an advantageous athletics check to resist it when it decides to move. But yeah, you can cast that and put that in place if you want to. Anything else from Pharaoh? That's reaction, movement, action.
That is it for me.
Okay. The Bone Hydra. There was an air pocket created, like a wall air pocket created for this one, wasn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You see it just move through the air pocket happily and then re-emerge into the water.
Yeah, it seemed more useful in my head.
And it is going to
Oh, well.
burst forward and look to attack. Yeah, it bites you.
I hate that sigil. That's terrifying.
It does.
Cast Arcane.
It does so 5 times.
I'll
Can you
cast-
react to a 25?
I will cast shield, but that doesn't stop that one.
Yeah, but we're just hoping for future ones. I love the commitment of declaring it at the start, even if it's still a loss.
Yeah.
So you are now AC 18. Is that right for the rest of this round?
Yes.
So first one hits. Second one hits. Third one, it's a constant rain of lashes. Third one, the jaws come down and clamp and just stop a few inches away from you against the shimmer of that spell. The head pulls back, it hisses in frustration, and it bites out again. Equally crap. And then I think there's one left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, one more.
I envision like when it bites me the first time, my shield kind of staggers.
The last one is a crit.
Oh god!
As that one head sort of closes around the shield for a moment, as there's that just moment where the spell like pulses off and on again, the other one comes in from the side and clamps around extra hard, the teeth digging in deep to your side. You take a rather big bite. That is...
That's
it.
a lot of damage.
Leviticus, it's you.
Well, seeing my friend Harbor getting slammed into the wall by this thing, I'm gonna look at Faro in motion to like keep going. I'm gonna move into its range so I can get next to Harbor. And I am actually going to cast Protect from Evil and Good on him.
Okay, yeah. Cast the spell.
And that's the attack action. Okay. But I think that's all I can do this round.
Okay.
Other than threaten it menacingly, like, "Ooh, come here."
Okay. The other Bone Hydra. So remind me, you were waterbending this, so I'm going to make this a DC 18 athletics.
You know when in Atla, when Katara and Top are kind of pushing...
I've only seen a live action film, never watched the cartoon.
Never mind,
I'm
never
joking.
mind.
I'm joking. I'm
Never mind,
joking.
you watched garbage.
I just thought I'd be really, really offensive, but go on.
That was just offensive. That was just flat out
in
rough.
the giant drill, that mud moment where they both are holding it back. It's very much I'm trying to push it back, and I don't know if that creates a kind of difficult terrain for it. It's fighting against the water. I'm trying to keep it all just pushing back.
Yeah, I'm going to make it have to athletics against it, DC 17 to push through. It manages to. It holds off for a second. It is going to take half movement. So it can just get in range of attack on you, Farah, but it can go no further this turn. I'm going to say I had to commit enough to pushing forward that only 2 of its heads are in reach of making an attack against you.
Mm-hmm.
22 hits. I don't know if you have shield or not, you see. So I was pausing there. And then it bites again, unless you would like to react.
On my turn when it opportunity attacked me, I used my reaction, so I don't have a...
Yeah, sorry. No, thank you. Misses. That's it. Top of a round. Harbor, it's you. Farah, you're next.
Alright, I am actually going to cast Tidal Wave to try to push it away from me.
Oh.
So that will be... Let me send that spell for you. Standard roll. Cast spell. So that should come through. So that'll be a saving throw. Dexterity saving throw. It's got to beat an 18.
Cool. Even with advantage, it fails. How far away are you messing it up?
So give me 1 1 second to reread. That
4
will
to
be.
8.
Where is it? 30 feet of it? No. Where does it say how far it pushes it? And it's knocked prone.
No, yeah, it's the extinguishes unprotected flames within 30 feet.
So it's knocked prone, technically, I guess, and then it's also moved 15 feet backwards from my sea curse. And then I'll roll the damage.
We're going for you're underwater with it. We're going for more than that. We're going. That's ridiculous. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I might. That sounds like they're used to it being cast on land, and it like sweeps their feet from underneath them.
Yeah.
But we're underwater. There's a driving force.
I just want to make
there.
sure. Do you have the required material to cast this of a drop of water?
No, I don't. And then I'm gonna move after that because
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Do you still keep up the never mind. Ignore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Leviticus basically is like motioning to Pharaoh, being like, "Hurry."
Pharaoh, it's you. You see this kraken, this hydra just swept back by Harbour, who then cheeses it.
It's got to go through the wall of water again, just so you know. I know it was really hard the first time, but I pushed it back through it. So,
Seeing what just transpired, seeing how easily that one pushed through the way he was choosing to control the water, and this one currently at my heels, I am going to reverse this and redirect flow water to push me out to get me as quickly out into that cove as quickly as possible.
Yes.
I'm riding
Absolutely.
that wave. I'm riding the wave.
Yeah.
So I just quickly turn
100%.
it and just push me out.
We're just giving
Make
this kraken
me-
gas.
Make me, Pharaoh, an Arcana check. DC 14.
I have to. Oh, this is a straight half. I have to roll a 10.
What?
You said 14.
Yeah. That's fine. So you succeed on the spell, but your command and your mastery over the spell, as you're jettisoned away, you see a moment in that if he's willing to, you can catch Leviticus's hand and pull him into your slipstream and drag him in that same direction with you, if Leviticus is willing.
I call out to him and say, "Grab my." He hears me. I'm like,
I can
"Hold on.
see him coming, so I'm just like, I see his hand reach out. And I'll
Ride
reach
the
out.
wave."
You're pulled into his slipstream, and the two of you just make it into that updraft. You see the hydras both begin to crawl back. You can see from the shape of the corridor you're in, they are not going to be able to fit into it and follow after you. You are able to end combat if you want to, and get out and back into this new corridor. What would you all like to do?
Yeah, we don't need to fight these.
Quick question: how deep is the water?
At its deepest, it was like 20 foot, but it ascends back up here, about another 15 feet.
Cool. Let's just.
Yeah.
If they can't reach us, I'll just drop it.
Okay.
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah, nice. Some very creative spellcasting in this session. I'm really enjoying it. You see them eventually come up very close behind you. They remind you of guard dogs, the way that they're acting. And they're both reaching in, trying to grab and snap at you. Map technicalities. You could very quickly drag yourself, Harbour, to a position where like they ain't snapping you. It becomes a horrible undead subaquatic version of when, like, you know, Tom would stand inches out of the chain of the bulldog trying to get him.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, you are back on dry land.
I look at Harbor. I'm going to look at Harbor and say, "Are you doing okay?
Oh, just splendid.
How much damage did you take?"
Probably like 40, 50.
Let me
A big chunk.
tell you what. I'll lay on hands and I'll heal you up 40 or whatever how much damage.
40 will be essentially to max.
Okay, then I'm going to do 40.
Okay.
Because I still have a pool of 30 points left. Did you need any healing, Pharaoh?
Don't worry about me. It was simply
a cat scratch.
Flesh wound.
He says hammering out the side.
No, really, it was just a few gnats. Luckily, I prepared that spell. I'm not as aquatically adept as you two are, but that spell has its advantages.
Well, if anything, you definitely prove that dwarf that you're quick of mind.
To be fair, your spell worked a little bit better than mine did.
It's not the spell; it's how you use it.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
Arbor, you know you can do things that Faro can't.
It's true.
We're all here to help each other.
Yeah, I'm just so frustrated that I just pointed the wrong way. Essentially,
It's your off day. It's your off day. You're fine. You're fine.
it's not a great day to have an off day. Okay, well, let's move on.
How much time has passed, DM?
Since when? Since
Since we left the lab.
about an hour.
Yeah. Okay.
So your oil's about dried out.
Yeah. I'm cracking.
Yeah, but Harbor still has freedom of movement.
Mm-hmm.
And technically you still have protection of good and evil until I break concentration.
Okay.
Let's continue then, shall we?
Yeah.
Yes. Very, very good show.
Just taking stock.
What are we doing, Leviticus?
Oh, I don't know if you were wanting us to keep going or something.
Oh, I'll pause when it's time.
That's
So
the scary
the
pause
corridor,
feature.
the corridor opens up into a hollowed-out cavern. You see two large glowing recesses at the front. It quickly becomes apparent from the glow you saw when the creature attacked that you are now inside its skull. A ship captain's quarters are crudely contained within this hollowed skull. Crushed red velvet curtains hang draped along the walls, amidst dozens of hooked chains swinging from the ceiling. Ornate rugs with intricate patterns cover poorly constructed wooden flooring. In the centre of the chamber, staring through the watery eyes of the undead kraken, sits the skeletal captain on his iron throne. Where are we? He holds the scepter across his lap, held in the hand of an arm made of brass clockwork and spinning gears. He lurches to his feet with a rattle and turns to you with a fiery flash in his eyes. This be no place for the living. You reckon you could challenge me? On my own ship? Ah! He rages, lifting his scepter high as he splits into three identical duplicates of a flash of magical energy. One thing the description doesn't give is from the ceiling in this room hangs dozens, maybe even hundreds, of rusted iron chains, each of which ending on a sharp, crude hook. He has split himself into three. You see at that moment, leaping from his side, up into the chains, a small skeletal monkey.
Oh, god damn it. That's the real boss.
And I'm going to put all of you in combat.
Oh yeah! Natural 20. At the
There
most
you go.
useless roll.
Oh my! They're all fighting. Hey.
Wait, why were there so many die?
Don't worry about it.
There was
Also-
only him, the monkey, and each of you.
Yeah, but there was like at least 6 die. That's why I was confused.
Oh, the monkey has advantage, so it would have done 2 for the monkey.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I'm just the effect is raging, but that's basically the mirror image thing you just put on.
you also nat 20'd on initiative?
Yes.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Literally holy.
I hate you, by the way. I hate you.
It's okay.
I finally get a nat 20, and you also get one.
You guys are just
So,
you guys are dick
Harbour.
measuring at this point.
Harbour, you are up.
Seeing as though I get the shit beat out of me a lot, I am going to use a sorcery point to cast a quicken spell, and I am going to cast mirror image. So, let me see if I can ping that for you. Wait, I don't see it in my list for some reason. But I'm going to cast mirror image as a defensive, and you see like out from me cats burst like 3 watery versions of me, and that will take my bonus action.
So what was that? What's the spell you were casting?
Mirror image,
What level did you cast that at?
2nd level.
Okay, yeah. As the spell begins to weave, he just goes, "Enough of that!" And the words just catch in your throat as the spell is lost, as he counterspells it out of you.
I'll counterspell.
Oh, yeah! Oh, I love a good counterspell.
I'll counter, you counter.
The monkey goes, "Not so fast, Kyber!" No, the monkey does not.
I would be
That would be hilarious.
I would be so fucking mad. Okay,
Do it
let me,
The
right
monkey is
now.
just there to counterspell.
let
That
me
would be
mark off an
hilarious.
extra spell slot for that
Let
counterspell.
the monkey
Yeah.
is the human of a skull who was a wizard. Do it.
Okay, and then so I have that, and then I am going to step out just a little bit, and I will cast. Fuck! I don't have the cantrip I wanted. Okay, so I will cast. Instead, I will cast. I'll probably do a Ray of Frost. I'll do a Ray of Frost.
Okay.
All right, there's that. Attack. Roll to hit. 15, probably.
For a mere moment I thought you were an adept. But no, merely yet another novice.
Well, take a moment to realize your attempt to cast a spell just didn't work.
Yes, we shall see.
For the record, you had a perfect opportunity to change adept into inept.
Is that the end of your turn?
That
Harbour?
is the end of my turn. I've
Whoa,
used literally
loud
every-
music.
I've used more things than I thought I had.
At the end of your quip, your comment about the spell not working and your little ray of frost coming in it, he sort of cocks his head a little bit, and using a legendary action, he is going to cast his own ray of frost back at you. It's I'm a little out of practice.
I was gonna say he has disadvantage because of protection from evil and good, but
I'm just gonna
Yeah,
laugh.
sure.
I'm just gonna laugh.
Okay. Pharaoh.
Oh crap! I am going to run up to Leviticus and say, do what needs to be done. Touch his sword as I cast Holy Weapon. Trident, your trident. Which essentially gives you an additional 2d8 radiant damage every time you attack.
Okie dokie.
And then I bloop, just come back in, just so he can't keep sight of me. And that'll be it for me.
Okay. Let's have a look.
It moved me. It's right here. There we go. Kind of a little weird halfish, maybe. I don't know. There we go.
That brings us to the lair actions. Let's have a look here. What have I forgotten about? A creature that he can see within 60 feet. Well, I believe. Yes, Leviticus. You will do nicely. You see the spirits, a horrible ghostly shanty begins as the spirits of mauled, eviscerated sailors begin to lean through the walls and through the floor, singing this horrible, low, haunting shanty. They all reach out and descend at once. There's a slow moment, a slow start, and then they all have once at the height of their song, and they all zoom in towards Leviticus, passing through him with their blades. I need Leviticus to make a DC 18 Constitution saving throw. It is DC 18.
Okay, it sounded like he said 80. I'm like, why?
You see, you're fucked.
Yeah, DC 18.
What was the saving throw again?
Oh, I thought you were... Sorry, Constitution. I thought you were joking about the number again. Yeah, con.
One second. Well, I'm double checking on my protection and from good and evil, because I don't think it gives me advantage.
Yeah, it's a lair action as well. It isn't from the creature, it's just the room.
Okay, the room itself. Okay.
Yeah. You make it. So you take half of this
I take none.
upcoming number.
I don't take any.
Is that as a result of an attack from a creature?
Let's see. Hold on.
Yeah, I know.
so
I know what you mean.
You have
I
shield master.
have. So my armor is Miserium plate armor.
Oh.
So this suit of armor is magically enforced. When I'm wearing it, any critical hit becomes a normal hit. In addition, when you are subjected to a magical effect that allows you to make a strength or constitution saving throw to take only half, you instead take no damage if you succeed the throw.
Nice.
That is insane.
It is. You also have just avoided. Let me just see what would have been. Let's see what 15d6 damage came out at.
Oh my god.
You've just avoided 24 damage with that.
I
Is
mean,
it-
hey, that's...
What's the source of that armor? Out of curiosity, what?
Let me check on.
Yeah, while you're checking, that is the lair action over. It's now Captain Rogers' turn.
That was disgusting.
Yeah. He is going to step forward. He is mirror imaged himself. Remember, I just don't have a visible
Yes.
thing on screen for it. He is going to. Let's have a look.
That's from the Guide to Ravnica.
Ah, okay.
So it is official material.
He looks at you, Leviticus, having just evaded his spell, and then his his eyes flare for a moment. He is going to jot a hand out, and a thin green ray springs from his finger over towards you. I need you to make a DC 17. Well, in fact, when I cast it, it should prompt you. Has it prompted you
God.
already? As he attempts to disintegrate you.
What's the save on that?
Well, when I click damage, it should prompt the save from you. Has it popped up asking you?
Yeah, dex saving.
Yeah.
I'm also going to be adding 2 to this with my shield.
If a shield's equipped, it should automatically...
It is equipped, but it's not reflecting it.
Alright, okay, let's have a look. Yeah, weird. It looks like you failed the save anyway. With a...
I didn't make the roll.
Oh, if you leave it long enough, the spell prompts it, you rolled a 10 on the timer for it. So after 30 seconds...
No, that was my
if you haven't
concentration.
No, it's got up here, disintegrate, force,
Oh,
disintegrate
I see.
D17, Leviticus fails with a 10. Then
It
the
like
damage
force rolls for you.
Then the damage
Oh.
has prompt concentration.
Okay.
Yeah, when I target the with spells, you don't have to go and manually do your own. Man will always prompt you. Yours can do the same if you target beforehand with an alt click, but it didn't seem worth turning it into also like a foundry.
Okay. Because
Instruction.
I'm gonna assume adding 2 to that's not gonna change anything.
It would, 12 still would have failed.
Yep.
The beam blasts into you, and you just see the other two stood behind Leviticus. You see him almost desiccated for a moment before he manages to shrug it off slightly, and he looks quite withdrawn, drained of energy, and you see a very slight sort of dust coming off him for a moment, but he manages to shake it off and remains on this mortal plane. That has busted off a significant spell slot, though, and he will now just step off to the side. Leviticus, it is you.
Like, he's kind of breathing and stuff. He looks up at him and is like, well, I hope you got 2 more of those if you want to finish me off. Let's see. Taking that much damage just change my actions a little bit.
Yeah. Harbour, you're coming up very shortly.
Okay. Oh, he moved so close to the monkey. I could kill the monkey now.
You know what? I'm gonna dump as an action. I'm gonna use lay on hands. Dump the rest of the pool into myself.
Okay.
So that was a pretty harsh hit. And then I'm having trouble seeing the squares. One second.
Yeah, Harbour and Farrow, just being conscious of the time. Be thinking now what your actions are going to be when we get back around to you.
I think that's 30 movement there. And then as... What's it?
I have 2 spells that are very similar, but one of them, which is lower level, seems a tiny bit better, and I'm very confused by it.
You know what? Can I use my... I'm just going to use my bonus action to move all the way up.
Do you have a bonus dash as a paladin?
Oh, no, I don't. I don't. Sorry.
Then you ain't.
Yep.
You could obviously. You used your action to lay on hands, haven't you?
Yeah, so...
Okay, so you just moved up, have you?
Yeah, I don't really have anything else for a bonus action that's going to benefit me this round, so...
Okay. The monkey leaps and takes to the chains, swinging effortlessly through the room. He is going to attack out a single time at Leviticus as he passes by. And he misses. But he then continues swinging on his way.
Do I get an attack of opportunity?
You do. It is disadvantageous with all the chains, but you absolutely get a swing. It chitters as it swings by.
Actually, can I do this as a reaction? No. Okay. Sorry, I had to check something.
Harbour, you're coming up in a second.
Yep.
Sorry, let me roll.
Yeah.
Okay, so go with the 5.
It hits. Yeah. Oh, so so 14 total. Yeah, roll your damage.
Make sure to add 2d8 radiant.
Okay, with 2d8 radiant, don't bother, because if your attack did at least 1, and the 2 dies of a 2, it has 3 HP. So it blows. The bones just collapse to the floor with a shriek.
Very good.
Okay, top of round, Harbour, it's you. In fact, no. Top of round, Harbour, it's you.
Yes, I will use my. I will quicken spell to bonus action cast Crown of Stars at 7th level.
Love
Or
that
at 8th
spell
level.
so much.
At 8th level.
Amazing spell.
So I will have out of my cloak will float 8 tiny motes of starlight, and they will float around my head like a beautiful crown. And then with my action, I will cast. I will cast Wither and Bloom, and with and I will use 1 more sorcery point, so that's 2 off, to change the type of damage it does.
Mm-hmm.
So I will just ping the Crown of Stars for you. Standard roll, cast spell. But I did cast that 8th level. I didn't write that properly. And then with the Wither and Bloom, it will be. Let me look up the type of save, because that's the one that didn't import properly.
Okay.
So that is a Constitution saving throw on the captain's point,
Yeah.
and it needs to be an 18 con.
Nat 20.
So he passes that, but let me see if the other effect still happens.
Yeah.
So he still takes damage, it's just half as much.
Okay, what's the damage he takes?
So it is 7 acid damage, so that will be 3 acid damage.
Yep.
And then with that, one creature of my choice in the area, which would be Leviticus, can roll 1 hit die and heal the hit die plus 5.
Okay.
As you see, kind of like a little splash, like a fountain of water. It just sprays out and has rejuvenating effects.
Okay, nice. Anything else from you, Harbour?
Nope, I have to wait till my next turn to activate the spell. I'll actually just maybe move a little bit away so that we aren't lined up perfectly. I'll just move into that other corner.
Okay.
Just in case he has any other crazy spells.
As you move over, you see his rotten mouth curl into a smile. You hear a huge, wet, sucking noise for a moment, and the spine behind you opens as you hear "Arrgh!"
Oh god.
and a number of undead crewmen burst in before it sucks shut again. I'll add them to the combat. I should have done it at the start of a turn, but I forgot. So that is Harbour. Pharaoh, you're up. Leviticus, you're soon.
Well, crap, that changes things. I am going to channel. I'm going to turn undead. I
Okay.
want to destroy these undead. I can't
Okay.
afford to let Harbour go down.
Do it.
And so I need them to make, and it's 30, but I'm pretty sure, I hate when that happens. I'm going to move up, actually.
Was it con or wisdom? I forget.
It's wisdom.
That's wisdom.
And I'm going to move right here. So I think that, why did it give me circles? I think Rogers is in the thing too.
I can measure it. He's about 35. So you
Just
one
out
step
of- just-
forward. If you get one step forward, you can get them both.
What's the DC of your spell?
It is, because it's not a spell, but it's just my regular feature, it's
Yes,
reduced DC, so it's 18.
Okay, so one of them fails. So 2 of them fail. Which veteran is that? This one, who I am. Well, is this the destroy undead one you're doing?
Well, it's part of turn undead.
Yeah.
Is like if they fail it, they go.
So these two burst. This one nat 20'd it and is all good on the hood.
Yeah. And I am going to
Well, before you do anything else, as you turn this again, you see the eyes flicker as the creature groans with pain from the turn spell, and another eruption from a nearby wall comes through. I'm going to 1d4 it once again, re-rolling on a 1 because that's me. 4. That is Hyacinth.
Yep.
Another torrent burst out. Harbour, can you make me a DC 17 dex saving throw?
Yeah, of course. I would love to.
I'd love nothing more.
DC 17 saving throw. Normal.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to protect you.
18!
Yeah,
Natural 18! 21!
So you take half of this as a torrent bursts in and engulfs you, and you are not going to be poisoned.
Oh, there were some
amazing.
ones.
Yeah. So you take 7.
Alright. Does
No,
that automatically do it to me, or do
sorry.
I have to do
No,
it myself?
I'm about to do it now. 8,
Okay,
sorry.
cool.
So you have taken 8. Do you resist necrotic damage? I can't remember. No,
I do
it's
not.
it's Pharaoh who does. I've applied that to you, but you are not poisoned. Okay, sorry, Pharaoh, continue with your turn.
And I will cast spiritual weapon at second level, and I'm going to place it where right next to where Roger is.
What does your spiritual weapon look like, Pharaoh?
It is. I personally don't know what the name is, but it looks like those circular blades that has like a handle in the middle.
A chakram?
That.
What color is it?
It's It looks like like a cloudy blue.
A cloudy what?
Cloudy
Blue.
Cloudy blue.
Okay.
And,
in the absence of me having a chakram, will you accept a glowing scythe?
Of course.
The glowing scythe. Ping where you'd like it to appear.
Oh, that's so badass.
It moves so cool. Oh my god. Why is it animated? I love it.
Northwest of Roger.
Yeah.
And it rolled attack of 31, which I'm sure hit.
Jesus, yeah, it
but
does.
I need to see which one I hit because it has a mirror image on it.
You do, yes. So roll that d20. If it's d20, isn't it, for mirror image?
I believe so.
I rolled a 5, so I think I got one of its mirror images, but I whittled it down.
Let's have a look. Yes.
Yeah, you need to roll
correct.
a 6 or higher.
Correct, yeah. So he is down 1.
When it spins and attacks, it kind of looks like that lapsed firework kind of thing.
Oh,
Yeah, firework,
actually, it's you roll on your own duplicates, so you would roll for the captain. If you have 3 duplicates, you must roll this or higher. So you would need to roll and get a 6 or higher DM.
14. I rolled a 14.
So that takes out 1 duplicate, I think.
Yeah.
whittled it away. Slash through it with that kind of lapsed firework energy that comes off of it, and I mean, hey, that's 1 less. And that's it for me.
That's a good spell to do it with too, because you can keep doing it.
And it doesn't require concentration either. It's just there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's it for me.
Okay. Let's have a look.
A beautiful
Next.
animatic.
Next up is the captain. Well, at the end of your turn, he will use a legendary action. He is going to go with. In fact, no. At the end of your turn, it's lair action time.
No.
I'm afraid so. The Lich will target one creature it can see within 30 feet of it. That would be you, Leviticus. A crackling cord of dark energy tethers Captain Rogers to Leviticus. That's all you know for now. It is then.
God.
It is then his turn. It maybe looks a little something. Oh, it isn't doing it. Oh, don't know why that isn't working. Never mind. Anyway, it is then his turn. He is going to. He is on a step away from a spiritual weapon. I forget if they make attack opportunity. I cannot recall if a spiritual weapon does.
I don't think it does.
No,
but he can move it. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure you can move and attack it as a bonus action on your turn.
Yeah.
It's not a creature.
He is going to step up and he will look at Farah. This crackling cord bringing him closer.
I will say, with this is a weird one. With Warcaster, could I use my reaction to attack? But I guess that's my immediate. Space.
That's your
Correct.
my personal space. Yeah, I know what you mean.
My bubble.
He is going to look to you, Pharaoh. Ye have no business here, Holy One. That, and he just points a finger at you, a finger of death, and negative energy will course through, and he is going to try to kill you. Can you
I will
please?
counterspell that one.
Ooh, nice.
I'll
So that
use
is 7th
Fifth level counterspell.
Here's a point.
So I
Does
have to roll.
counterspell affect the mirror images? Because surely they're all going through the motion.
He's
Not
targeting
that
this. He's targeting the spell,
The
not
spell,
the
not
cast.
He
the
is.
person, I believe.
He is.
So
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I still have to roll for it though.
You do.
So
Remind me, tell what the AC at a higher level is.
You said what level did you do it at?
I cast it at 5th level.
Yeah, he is casting a 7th level spell.
So I need to reach a 17 with my spell mod, right?
Yeah.
So you need a 12?
Yeah, that's without proficiency, right? Or is it with proficiency? Is it spell attack or spell?
Let's have a look. When you're in something a higher level, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. The DC is 10 plus the spell's level. So you need to make DC 17.
DC 17.
That sounds like, yeah.
So you need to roll a 12, right? Because you have a 5
Yeah.
proficient.
Yes.
You do not
No!
succeed at stopping this spell as it continues
It's
to
okay.
erupt and burst towards Pharaoh. Pharaoh's like, it's okay, it's the end of the session. Let's have a look. I will
It's
now.
necrotic.
Oh yeah, are you completely immune? Which resistant?
But I
can't remember.
also I get to make a save, don't I? To have it
it's
even
about
further.
it's about to prompt it now from you. So it should have popped up on your screen.
It says you're targeting me.
Ah, yeah, I'm targeting. So you're both targeted. Let me note your HP now. You have. Yeah, I did 64 to you. I can put 64 back onto you now, Leviticus, because that was not meant to be targeting you. Wow, yeah, that double. You succeeded on the roll, so it was halved, and you're resistant to the damage, so it halves again. Yeah, it did not do a huge amount to you at all, and he looks visibly
from 64
frustrated.
to 16.
Yeah.
To be fair, I probably shouldn't have even tried to counterspell that.
I mean, hey,
you
honestly,
never know.
Yeah.
You can convert. You can convert your spell slots.
Oh yeah, what is that a bonus action?
Yes.
I'm not sure. For now, that's all he's going to do. The remaining skeleton, who did not perish, oh, what the hell's going on there, is going to attack Harbor.
I'm going to warding flare him.
Okay,
I have mirror image up just so you remember that.
correct.
We don't want it to attack the mirror image.
Okay,
We gotta keep
okay.
it up.
Okay, so on paper it's a hit. So you
Yep.
roll your d20.
Yep. Yeah, so he takes out one of my mirror images.
Yeah.
One for one.
He makes his second attack, which is no longer Warden flared to his regular. You roll your d20 again. This time it's a what?
I believe it's.
Is it 11 on the second one?
I
Yeah.
believe so.
So it hacks through 2 of these spiritual images. You're down to 1, but it has exhausted its options. It has nothing left to do.
The second one is 8 or higher, so next one.
Oh,
will be 11 or
okay.
higher.
Cool.
I have 1 mirror image left.
You do. Leviticus, it's you. Harbour, you're soon. What's it going to be, Leviticus?
I'm gonna move in front of the captain, so I'm blocking his way a bit. And like Leviticus is just staring him straight in his skeleton eyes as he holds up his trident and uses. I'm gonna channel Divinity's sacred weapon.
We stacking it.
Oh, it's like that's my only action this turn, but like I'm just giving him a death glare right now.
So what, you just like empowered your weapon, have you?
Yeah, it takes an action to channel. So right now it's like it was glowing before, and now it's extra glowing.
Mm-hmm.
The radiance is just booming off this thing. So that's it for you?
Yeah.
Yep.
As you sort of do this and charge in front of you, you just kind of and just reaches out and slaps a hand down on your shoulder, using one of his 2 of his legendary actions to paralyzing touch you, or at least to attempt to. But it misses. His hand lands on you. You said you have a permanent effect of. You do have a permanent protection from evil and good, don't you?
Yes.
With your aura. Yeah. So the hand lands on you. You feel this sickness soak in for a second, but you shrug it off. Okay, so that's what you're doing. To your horror, Harbour, you see an annoying little pile of bones knit together, reassemble in a matter of seconds as the monkey once again takes to the chains. This time swinging back, and it is going to make an attack at Tharo. It just swings around these chains either side, trying to just harry at you. Oh, Leviticus was still targeted, sorry. It hits Pharaoh. I believe you've already used your reaction, haven't you?
Yeah, it's fine. It hits.
You take a whopping... Oh, sorry, roll the attack again. My bad.
I was about to say,
Oh,
did
wait.
it just roll a d20 for damage?
Oh, that's a big...
You,
As long as he's not adding anything.
you take 5 points of damage, but the main thing here is how annoying it is, jumping around, hitting you. Were you concentrating on any spells? Because if so, you have disadvantage on that Constitution saving throw, as he is a menace.
So I have Warcaster, which is
advantage
advantage, so
on that
it's
anyway.
a regular roll.
Yeah, but are you actually
I do.
concentrating on anything?
I do Holy Weapon.
Okay, make that
Yes.
con save regular for me.
The great thing about my con save, it's already a +10, so it's gonna win.
Yeah, fair enough.
Wow,
Fair enough,
24.
cool. Okay. So Leviticus is doing that, Thomas is doing that. Top of the round,
All right.
the door opens back up.
No, not again.
Another 3 skeletons come in and are added to the fray. Hold on. How to save a life. Let's have a look. Before shutting again. Okay. Harbour, it is your turn.
Can I move into a space with another creature?
Only if you are 2 sizes smaller than it, I believe.
Okay.
Sorry,
because
do you mean occupying the same space or moving, like dragging something with you?
occupying the same space?
No,
Because
not unless it's a swarm or
one
much
of the
bigger.
skeletons just went where I wanted to be.
Unfortunately not.
Okay, so
Unless you kill it, you can kill it and move into its space or force movement.
I'm just gonna. I'll do it from here, I guess. I am going to cast lightning bolt. And I'm going to use a sorcery point to careful cast it. I think I can hit this guy. I don't think I can hit the monkey though, but I think I can line them up.
Okay.
So the
I'll click the ones you're gonna target.
Okay.
Just so the highlight. Oh, I see. So you're aiming for the skeleton next to you and the captain over there.
Mm-hmm.
Is careful casting? I'm not familiar with that, but I assume it means that Leviticus does not get zapped.
Yeah, it just means I don't hit him.
Cool.
All right. Let me mark off my sorcery point.
And when you click damage, it will prompt the saving throws from the enemies.
Okay. And then spellbook, lightning bolt. Oop. X. Oh, click. Standard roll. Cast spell. Damage.
Yep, click take damage.
There we go.
And it should prompt saves from me. Oh, no, it didn't. I'm not sure how that didn't work, but okay, let's have a look.
I targeted them and it said no targets to save. Oh, it's making me line it up now, but it's not letting me tilt it. Is the
Don't
weird
worry,
thing.
press
I got
escape.
it. I got it.
Okay. I don't think that's going to work. It sounds like it's gone in the wrong order. So 26 damage, we'll remember. I'll manually do the saving throws for the sake of saving time. So it's dex saving throw, isn't it? What DC? Was it 18?
18 DC.
Yeah. Okay, so skeleton makes it.
Oh my god.
And only takes 13 damage.
Yep.
So skeleton, amusingly, is not killed. Constitution saving throw from
not con, dexterity.
Sorry, yeah. He amazingly fails.
Yes.
Leviticus, before I apply this damage, can you please make me a DC 18 Constitution saving throw, Leviticus?
Oh god. I was afraid that's what that was.
So as this electrical energy slams into the captain. Just waiting for the result of this roll. We'll see what happens. Nice. You see the... let's have a look. Yeah. You see the energy crackle along this tether for a moment, but nothing more seems to come of it. The captain takes 22 points of damage. Anything else from Harbour?
Why does he take 22?
Because back to the Constitution saving throw. It was 26. Sorry.
I was like,
I've applied the other 4.
I was like,
he has to have 4 resistance.
Yeah.
I was about to say that's a really weird number. It's reduced by a 6, like an 8th.
Yeah. Anything else from you, Harbour?
Nope, that is everything.
Okay. But first, before we get to Pharaoh, he will, in response to this attack, he is going to use his legendary...
sorry. I have one more attack. I'm sorry.
Go for it.
Do it. Okay.
Yeah.
With my bonus action, I will shoot one of my stars at him.
Yes.
With my stellar body, which, let me scroll up to it because I already clicked the
no
button.
one likes a brag.
So at the captain, that will be a 20. Oh, it's still all the way up there. Oops. 28 to hit.
Yeah, hits.
But do you still have mirror image?
Yes. He has all his mirror... No, he has 2 mirror images, so let's... Needs to be what? Needs to be higher than an 8? Yes. So we can denote one of his images to get snuffed
it took
out.
one down.
Yeah, he has one
to
left.
be fair, I do have 7 more stars.
So yeah, 1 left.
That is the end of my turn.
Okay.
Dev, if you can get rid of that last shadow before I go, it would be mucho appreciado.
I mean,
he is going to...
There are skeletons in the room.
I know.
He is going to Ray of Frost Harbour with his legendary cantrip. Anything you can do about that before I apply damage?
I'm not going to counterspell, so that's fine.
Okay.
Does he have Warcaster, or does he need to make a concentration check to cast next to me?
Is it concentration to cast a spell next to somebody?
No.
But no, I mean, because I don't remember
I think if you have Mage Slayer, then you can attack them.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind then.
I was very confused for a second, man. Yeah, so that is his legendary action. It is now Pharaoh's turn.
14 cold damage to me. Oh,
yeah,
it's
it's applied automatically.
Okay. I still think it's dumb that I'm resistant to fire and not cold.
Yeah. To be fair, I think in the new rules, you can now arrange those resistances however you want a character creation. I think. Yeah, Pharaoh, what you doing?
His eyes light up and he says, "I'm tired of these games." And bonus action, that same description for the radiant flames, the sacred flames. It starts forming from his shoulder blades as spectral wings are clasping over him, and they open up as he flies 10 feet into the air, and he activates Radiant Soul. So every attack that he has that includes radiant damage now has an extra 5 added on to that.
Okay.
He moves his weapon closer to 20 feet over to Roger and is going to make another attack. And that
the best way to do this is if you target him, cast the spell again, click damage, but untick consume spell slot. I've found is the best way to do this. Because it'll do the right attack, it'll do the right damage, but it won't cast the spell again.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Little secrets.
Hey, I've got a YouTube channel full of Foundry secrets. Oh!
Bang!
Nat 20. So click critical underneath for that 20 and it'll prompt for... Remember to click critical on the damage. Don't click normal. A whopping 9 on that crit.
Add, so the...
Ooh, does it add from the spiritual weapon?
So, spiritual weapon is plus your ability modifier, so that 9, add an extra 5 for Radiant Soul, so it is 14.
Okay.
But I still need to see if it hits him
The
or
mirror
his
image.
the last
Yeah,
mirror
he's
image.
got one more left.
It does, so roll 1d20. We're looking for an 11 or higher, a 7. It hits him through the image. But first, Leviticus, can you please roll me a Constitution saving throw, DC 18?
I don't like this. I don't like this part.
He keeps making them. It's fine,
He's really
yeah.
good at them, though.
So that was, what, 14 total, did we say it was? 9 plus 5? Is that what you just said?
14 Radiant.
Yep. That is done. That is applied. He cries out. Anything else from
And he's-
Pharaoh?
Just remember, he 10 feet in the air.
You are 10 feet in the air, yeah?
Yeah, he's flying now.
There we go. Cool. Are you moving anywhere?
Stayed.
Staying there. Okay. It is a new lair action. He is going to focus for a moment. Just... Oh! Okay, yeah, he regains a spell slot that he has never lost. Okay, now it is his turn. The crackling cord fades between Leviticus and the captain. He sees this glowing shotgun coming in. He sees Leviticus completely charging up this weapon, ready for a big old attack. And he just sort of leans forward a little bit. And he will go, "You have a lot of fight in you. Mutiny, then, is it?" And he is going to attempt to cast at 9th level. "I believe that strength will be better exerted elsewhere, lad." He will try and dominate. Oh, no. Dominate monster. It is, yeah, a creature. I got my spells mixed up for a second.
That's a charm spell, right? Considered
It
charm?
is.
I'm immune.
You are immune.
Yes!
This is an insane. This is an insane class.
It's a paladin.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely.
It's like standard paladin.
Love it so much.
It's one of them where I feel like the creature would know this. But the mistake is on me. So that does not occur.
He's a
this-
pirate. He doesn't know anything.
Yeah, I like to think maybe all this
Like-
all these magical developments have been in like the last 100 years while he's been stuck in. He's been out. he's like that one Japanese soldier who was like still on the island like 50 years after the war ended and didn't know anything that had happened.
Paladins are a recent development. He
Yeah,
only knows of clerics.
yeah, absolutely. Why is this cleric getting so hands on? So yeah,
He's
it does
actually,
nothing.
The captain's actually 3.5 still.
Oh God, that is all he will do.
Damn.
In fact, he will attempt to take a step back.
Is he disengaging or attacking?
No.
Opportunity?
He's just taking a step back.
I will go ahead and take the attack of opportunity for now.
Okay. You make your attack, I'll roll my d20. Oh, it hit him through the Oh. Wait, where's your attack come from? I saw a second set of dice roll, but...
Yeah, I don't know. What the hell?
I don't know why there is... Oh yeah, it's 24. Yeah, if that hits, click damage.
Okay. Although I need to add extra damage to this.
With your thing and then 2d8 for mine.
Yeah, well, I don't have the... One second. Since I hit channeling divine smite, because it's a special action that activates whenever I hit.
Oh, we'll just add 2d8 for holy weapon.
Yeah, I'm just casting this. And I'm just gonna roll 48, if that's cool.
Yeah.
So that's an extra 26 radiant damage on top of the 12.
An extra how much?
Huh?
38 total.
Yeah, 38
Okay,
total.
so let me apply that extra 26.
I don't know if he's got vulnerability to radiant or anything.
Is this so that's a special action when you attack, right? With the divine smite.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically the trigger is... It's a spell that I cast, but the trigger is when I hit an enemy, I can just channel instantly.
Add an extra 2d on top of that.
No, so I did the 2d8 for the spell, and then I did the 2d8. That's why I'm like, I just do 48.
I see.
So I'm already counting the holy weapon.
Nice.
Okay. So yeah, I've applied all that damage from that world's biggest opportunity attack. And that is the end of his turn. Meanwhile, the Skelly Squad, who've all come rushing in, are going to... One of them looks to come to Pharaoh. Guessing Pharaoh, I'm leaning too much into recent popular culture. Pharaoh doesn't wear a cape, does he?
I mean, he has his clerical like clothes, but not like a full billowing, no billowing.
Okay.
cape.
Then we're going to be surrounding Harbour.
Yes.
Do you have one mirror image up now or none? Sorry, Harbour, remind me.
One.
One, okay. Here's our first attack. 20 hits. Let's roll that 1d. So you roll the d20, don't you? We've got to be 11 or above to hit. Yeah, so it hits
I
you.
did not get it.
So it hits you. And then the other one.
Alright.
Roll d20 again.
Okay.
Oof. Hits you again.
So after this guy hits, I'm going to use my reaction to use my water defense. And with that, I reduce it by my sorcerer level. So I reduce it by
I haven't clicked damage yet.
Okay.
I didn't know what this was. I was waiting to see if you were like, you can fuck off. You don't damage me at all.
Yeah,
so
because
on
I do move
paper,
as well. So
okay.
that's why I
So on
wanna do
paper, it is 5 damage. We can always roll that back depending on what you're about to explain.
So I reduce it by 20 damage.
What? So this 5 is reduced by 20.
Yep, and then I turn into like a watery form and move 30 feet away. So let me just measure where I want to move. Alright, and I will just move here without... I'll move over here without provoking opportunity attacks.
Okay.
I can't move because it's not my turn, but okay, thank you.
Cool, yeah. You have moved now.
And then do I heal myself 5?
Yeah, I'll put it on you now.
Okay, cool.
There you go. Done. Okay, so that skeleton looks very confused. The other ones will follow. Are you still in your watery form now, or are you just... In fact, he will end
I
there.
think it ends as soon as it gets there.
So that's...
It's just for the one attack. But... Did I
yes,
move far enough away that...
I don't feel like you did from where you were. You can move one more.
Yeah, I meant to move like a full 30 feet, so hopefully they would not be
Yeah,
able to attack
I'll
me, but I don't
bump
know.
you... Oh, let me just click up. I will just bump you 1 higher.
Okay.
So
cool.
from where the next one is, he can get below you.
Damn. Okay.
Because he was adjacent to you. You've moved 30. He can move 30. So he can get
Yeah.
back to being... So that's him. That's where he could get to. He could get to there. He will make... And you still have your 1 mirror image, don't you?
Yes, I do.
So here's the first attack. 2. Fails. His next swing. 17. You roll your 1d20.
Yes.
Leviticus, you're coming up soon.
Don't you worry.
Holy cow! I did not.
Yeah, he hits you.
That mirror image is chilling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the last one's
The,
like...
the
I'm
mirror
not
image
good.
hasn't moved. It hasn't moved with him from his wall.
It's glitching.
Yeah.
It's
Like
I'm
it
not
like
good.
it blue screens for a minute.
This one will actually stand back. It's going to drop its longsword and reaching down. It's going to pull up the tattered remains of a heavy crossbow. And it just stands there and sways for a moment as it fire the crossbow bolt at Pharaoh. It goes wide and it just drops the crossbow. Not having the interest or ability to reload. This next one is going to use its dash. Will get over to Leviticus, but can do nothing about it. Leviticus, it is now your turn.
Okay.
Oh, actually, having had it be the end of its turn, the end of a creature's turn, Rogers will use his legendary action. How close you are to him now. He sees this glowing sword. He sees the damage you've just done to him. I would like...
By the way,
What did I say?
sword.
Did I? You know, the trident is the sword of the sea, really, isn't it, if you think about it? Can you please make me a DC 18 wisdom saving throw? Although, what's a point? Because I imagine you're about to tell me that paladins are also immune to fear at this level.
Yes.
Are they actually?
Let me double
My
check.
god! Paladins are lols.
Gotta love holy people.
Yep. Aura of devotion. I can't be charmed. Aura of courage. I can't be
Cool.
frightened.
Okay. Yeah. Never mind. Nothing he does has any effect on you. Sure, he can't charm you.
He's
He
probably
can't
sweating-
fear you. He
If
can't.
he could sweat bullets, he would be. Right.
Yeah, absolutely. The lich is just trying to leave his body actively. Okay, Leviticus, it's your turn.
Like, not even caring about the skeleton coming up on him. You just see, like, the captain just sees him, like breathe heavy. As a bonus action, I'm casting Branding Smite. Moving up to attack him. I'm gonna make 2 attacks. 24 for the first one. Does that hit him?
It does hit.
Let me roll damage for this one, and then I'll give you the second one. Oh, that's just the... Sorry, that's not the attack damage. Is there a way I can just roll damage on my trident?
I think you can skip when you click on it and just click the damage.
Or advanced
Oh, okay,
roll.
there we go. I'm just rolling the attack.
Yeah, that makes
But
sense.
this isn't the actual attack. Okay, and then I'm gonna add 48 again, because actually, when I channel, I'm gonna do Divine Smite with this again, but this time I'm gonna cast it as a 4th level spell, which goes up to... Oh, and I forgot, because he's undead, he gets an extra die 8. So, add 3.
Big money, big money.
So, 5, 6... So I'm adding 7 die 8 additional.
Okay. I was waiting for that final number.
Okay, so that's 11 plus 14, so that's 25, plus another 25, so that's 50 damage.
Tell me how you want to kill him.
Woo!
Don't worry, I was including a holy weapon in there. So, like, this whole time he's just been staring straight at him. And as he, like, finally finishes charging his holy energy, he comes up and says, "Look at me." Stabs him into the chest and says, "I'm the captain now."
Oh. The damage is all undone. The damage is undone. You cannot.
Someone else gets this moment of glory.
Yeah, absolutely.
You are banished, Bell. Banish.
So, on the one hand, the two effects are, firstly, yeah, you've killed him. But secondly, you're banned from TPK for that joke. You're banished from
fair.
that.
That's fair. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a great night.
So, yeah, you run him through. You see, what are you? As his eyes, the green glow begins to fade.
As he says, "What are you?" I'm going to just look at him and pronounce, "I am King Leviticus Tidewalker."
And you see the flames drift. He looks about to go out, they drift out of his eyes, and you see the flames all drift over and fill the globe, the crystal at the end of the scepter again. As, yeah, his husk of a body falls to the floor.
I just turn back at the other skeletons and look at them like, "You want a piece?"
The monkey disintegrates. Anything else from Leviticus?
Nope, that's my round.
I think we can realistically, with the CR of these and how pumped up you all are, say that in another 6 to 12 seconds, all of these skeletons were dispatched, if you're all happy with that.
I've got 7 more stars.
Oh, he's just like...
Anime missile.
Go
I
full
have
machine
more.
gun.
I have more smites if you want me to.
I know I'm like the only person that really enjoyed Amazing Spider-Man 2, but I like to think that Harbour is like almost floating along like Electro, just like boof, no, boof. It's like just Dr. Manhattan and these skeletons. But yeah, within 6 to 12 seconds, these skeletons are all dispatched.
How much XP did we get?
No,
Don't even start.
It ain't that kind of game.
It's not about the experience. It's about the friends we
Yeah.
meet along the way.
You're level 20.
The scepter falls to the floor. At the last moment, it rights itself and just slowly, standing upright, slowly drifts and rotates above the floor.
I would like to use my wizarding hat to cast Mage Hand to touch it because I don't want to touch it.
Even as your mage hand picks it, you're vaguely aware of just the distant, just through the weave, insidious, quiet whispers. You are very quickly confident that had you picked this up, you'd be having a troubled time. The spell doesn't muffle it entirely so that you're unaware of it, but you are safe from its ill effect.
Okay. If this wasn't safe enough, I was going to cast a bubble with my 4th level spell. I could just make a bubble, and I was going to float it in a bubble.
Worst case scenario, I would just pick it up.
Oh my gosh! All this for nothing.
That's how paladins think. It's just
I said worst case scenario.
Let's go.
Is there anything else in this room that we noticed before we need to move on?
Yeah, there's those weathered effects of like a captain's chambers. No loot in itself. It looks like many of the goods had been lost during the sinking of the Sea Wraith. The real treasure seems to be the scepter.
Fair. Do we know that we trust the doctor? What if he just wanted to become a lich?
I think his will to save his wife is genuine.
Fair. We can try it.
But I will stand close to him in case he tries anything.
And I very clearly am floating it as far away from me as possible. Like, I do not want to
It's like,
touch
ew, 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 ew.
The extent of like the spell's range.
As a mage myself, I am disgusted by the idea of lichdom.
Shall
The
I?
spell's range is like 30 feet, I think, so.
Shall I teleport us all back to the lab?
Yes.
What about the hydras we need to fight?
We have the staff.
Yeah, with his death, the
Oh.
the spinal passage collapsed back open.
That's right!
That's how they were rushing in each time.
Yes. Oh, that's so nice.
Oh, I don't know why it just decided that Harbour didn't make it all the way through.
I think it's
that
because
little,
I moved myself a little bit, so it got confused.
Ah, yeah, absolutely.
No, sorry. You're there.
Hey, I'm the one with the staff right now.
You.
I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that opportune time for that shark to pop back up.
Oh my goodness, just...
Well,
killed
no,
by the
you
shark.
would have walked out and you're on the walkway. You didn't need to touch the water again to get round.
No,
We were
I'm just
floating in
saying.
the water
I'm just saying, like the shark is there, be like, all right, let's go. Oh, you
You
killed the
purposely
guy.
walk us into the water to get us killed by the shark.
The shark is what does it.
It's actually Shark Boy.
It's like, you're going nowhere.
Banishment.
I smite him. Just smite him.
Okay. You find yourselves back in the lab. Dr. Silas's faces light up as you come back in and say, you truly have found the scepter? Good grief. Then the captain is at rest?
Oh, he just agreed to give it to us.
I find that highly irregular and most certainly a falsehood.
Harbour is a compulsive liar at times. Please, we have no time.
Sometimes it helps.
He gets deceptive when he's agitated.
I
It's
see.
just not fun.
It was. I did not have a good time. He steps back and said, I am ready to prepare a ritual if you'll come with me. Can't believe, after these many years, it may soon be happening. Please, come.
I'm basically following him, but I'm pretty much gonna be like right behind or next to him so I can keep an eye on him. And I guess I'm going to depend on Faro to tell me if he's doing something weird, since Faro knows everything about how to become a lich.
Yeah, gotta subscribe
reason.
to. No reason.
He
It was his what was it? His senior paper, his thesis.
His thesis was if wizards can become liches, clerics can become angels.
Sorry, you didn't study theology, divinity studies rather.
The no reason joke was like, oh, he totally doesn't want to become a lich himself.
Haha, unless.
So Dr. Silas is like, please ask that you all step back. You see, he unrolls like a set of one of the like the leather rolls that has a number of implements,
Fortress tools.
arcane crystals. What tools?
Oh, when you said like the leather thing that had a bunch of tools in it, I thought of like torturer's tools and was like, oh no.
Oh no. Just different spell components. He sets up a few like braziers around him, and he's like, to the doorway, please. This is an involved ritual. And he will try and usher you all to around here. So, once this is complete, we've been raided again. Welcome, DM Studios. We're just wrapping up a one-shot adventure. Once the ritual is complete, we will have scant moments to get to the lifeboat. You remember the way, yes?
Yes.
Very well.
I
very
believe
well.
I believe our captain is already waiting for us there.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
He will begin the spell. Are you giving up and backing up and giving him the space he's requested?
Yeah, I backed up as far as we could.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You tried-
like I said,
He'll try and usher you into the corridor almost if you're willing. Are you remaining within 5 feet, Leviticus?
I want to be within line of sight, but
Oh, sorry, are you
I-
not there? You should be able to, yeah.
I'm gonna be at the entrance, but I basically have ready action in case something seems to be
Okay.
going.
Yeah, he begins to mutter, and the wheat holds the scepter up, but you see a lot of the spell components around him begin to interact with it. There are flashes of light and energy that begin to swirl and erupt around it. His intonation becomes more and more severe and layered with magic. You hear Lorena begin to scream, and she backs possibly out of view, depending on where you are. The ship, the kraken, begins to groan and shudder as you hear these tortured groans from outside. You have to regain your footing a few times. It's clearly banking and listing in the water. Eventually, Silas himself falls forward into like a crouch with a hand on the floor for a moment, and you hear like a tortured cry from him. From where you're stood, Leviticus, you manage to see a glimpse and see that the rotten side of his face seems to be twisting and knitting and smoothing over. And after a few moments, the energy of the spell fades, and you hear the soft whimpering of a woman in the cage, and Dr. Silas, seemingly restored in his face, is I thank you. I thank you very much. This must not fall into anyone's hands. We must destroy it, yes? Yes.
is it safer to destroy or lock away? I don't know how the dark magic works in this.
Like
It's
this.
almost like a.
And he raise it to smash it down onto one of the crystals he had set up in his ritual, and you see the gem on the top just shatter, and a horrible, low, long cry of rage and despair and sorrow echoes out from the crystal. The ship begins to shift and shudder. He rushes forward and unlocks the cage, throws his arms around his wife, who no longer looks like zombie Marge Simpson, but I didn't have another token lined up. And you rush, despite the shuddering, having to regain your footing occasionally to get to the lifeboat. You all managed to make it to the ship. Go on, sorry, Hyde.
As we all get in the lifeboat, can I cast teleport? And just get us out? Does that ruin the dramatic ending?
What's a casting time?
I believe teleport is instantaneous.
Is it?
We just have
cool.
we just have to hold hands.
Yeah.
The spell instantly transports you and up to 8 willing creatures.
You see him trying to lower this boat and begin rowing you towards the mouth of a creature as it all stuff begins to list. The mouth just opens, and you don't know what Dr. Silas was expecting, that maybe it would have surfaced and you could swim up, but Harbour, you begin to see just this enormous column, dozens of feet wide of water just blasting down. You're fairly confident that in a few seconds when it hits you, the impact alone will obliterate what's inside this stomach and all of you. And yeah, you reach out and grab onto each other. Where are you wanting to teleport to?
So I'm going to teleport us somewhere that I think our group knows best. So as I pull like the water that's falling down, I'm going to shape it around us into like an orb, and it slowly closes in and blinks out. And when we reopen our eyes, we are in our dorm room at the Magic University.
Some students there, and he's like,
yeah, okay.
Or just like a part of campus that was very familiar to us, essentially. So like maybe it was where we studied the most, or like where we met.
And how many years ago do you think you left? You're very much alumni from this school now, aren't you?
I want to say at least, like maybe 5 to 10 years.
Maybe it's just like in the grand courtyard of the university or something. But
Harbour definitely donates a lot if he loves to visit.
There is a huge
top of your program, and you come back because
there is a huge crack. You all appear, the three of you, this disheveled-looking woman in a like water-soaked dress, a very tattily dressed, very noble clothing older man, all just suddenly stood in this room. You look down and you see a let me change the music here. I need some more appropriate music. You all stagger into this room for a moment. You see a young Minotaur sat there on the bed reading a book. Next to him, you see a giggling gnome who sort of takes one look at you, looks back to the cigarette-like thing he had been smoking, and looks back at you all again, and just wordlessly swings his legs off the bed, and without making eye contact, just walks to the doorway and leaves the room. You have some very confused students. Within minutes, you'd find a member of staff who actually knows you and can hear your tale. They're very interested in Dr. Silas and the things he knows and the stories he has to tell. He is a man out of time.
I hope you didn't mind the change in atmosphere. I just thought it might be preferred not to die in the crushing water that might have come.
You know, we'd always been planning a trip to come back to campus. That was a good time.
And
perfect lecture story.
With you having successfully escaped from the Sea Wraith, and quite dramatically, and having destroyed the scepter, saved Dr. Silas and his wife, helping get their humanity back, that is a good place to end the Curse of the Sea Wraith. What do we think each of our characters would go on to do after this? We'll go in reverse overlay order. Let's start with Harbour.
I think Harbour might like guest lecture at the university still, trying to like keep up a status as kind of like a wise sorcerer, because he worked really hard for an academic status, and he's not a wizard, so he's trying to keep that up. Maybe he like leads the elemental department, but he also a lot just wants to spend time on the rivers or like on the water, because so maybe every now and then he'll like hear a tale and like go out to try to see if he can find another, a case like this or somewhere where he will be of use.
Just get your tenure and you're good.
Okay, how about Pharaoh?
Pharaoh went to go update the temple that the Sea Wraith and the Lich were in fact real. The phylactery is destroyed. That is one less Lich in this realm. Better for us. And lets his friends know that if they wish to find him, he will be on vacation at some coast for some time.
Nice. Okay. And Leviticus.
Leviticus will return to his kingdom, proclaiming that the sea kraken is dead. At which point, his brother and the vizier go through a lengthy thing of claiming, like, no, it couldn't be possible. He's lying. You know, having to call upon my friends for testimony and witness. Probably one last adventure dealing with, you know, trying to overthrow my brother at that point for, you know, him trying to say, no, you're not the king, and having to deal with that. Which probably gets us to our 20s by the time we're done with it. But, you know, by the time that they've settled that, Leviticus becomes king, and himself, having been a weak child, as all of his strength, physical strength, was coming from his gauntlets of ogre strength, knows how it is to be weak, and will lead his kingdom caring about his people to protect the weak and uphold the values that he holds dear to him.
Very cool. Well, that brings us, to the end of this adventure. So this is one of the 4 adventures that was in issue 1 of Crucible magazine, which you can find if I just do a little chat thing. We should be able to go. There we go. I'll link to it in the chat there if you're interested in checking it out. I was Harrison. I was your DM. I really enjoyed this session. It was my first time playing with a couple of the people here, although I know them by reputation, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. You can catch me back tomorrow afternoon, where I'm running the Worm Witch one-shot from the Mad Cartographer / DM Lair. And then every Tuesday, I DM Fragments, which is our weekly long-form RP Demiplanes of Dread campaign. You can check me out on that. And I think the following Friday... oh, no, that's not a streamed game. Yeah, Tuesdays, where you can normally catch me. We'll go around in overlay order. If you can just say who you are, who you're playing. If there's anything you want to plug, doesn't have to be TPK related. If you have other projects, other networks, other things you're interested in, please let us know. So we'll start with Copper.
Hi everyone, I'm Copper Leo. I played Leviticus Tidewalker. I will be back again later this month, I think on the 18th, for Emerald Expedition, playing Rick Charlemagne, Gentleman Adventurer. So please, if you've got the time, come check us out on that.
Fantastic, thank you. On to Dev.
Hey everyone, it's me, Dev Develops. Thank you so much, Harrison, for an amazing session, and my fellow players. It's always fun being with y'all. Same as Copper, I'll see y'all on the 18th for Emerald Expeditions with Moran Loxt, our Shadow Sorcerer, but that will be for another time, another day. On to Hyacinth.
Baya. I'm Hyacinth. I gotta keep my pun going strong. I've started it and I can't stop it. I was playing our Sea Sorcerer, Harbor, and I will be back every other Thursday is my current only stream now, other than one shot. So not next Thursday, but the one after, I will be back for Queen's Gambit, Tyranny of Dragons campaign.
Nice.
The Argons.
Well, brilliant. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. We overran by a full hour, so thank you to my players for having the patience to stick around for an hour beyond what we originally talked about. But I had a lot of fun. Hopefully you did too. Please check out other TPK shows. Other networks are doing great stuff as well. But until then, and till next time we see you, Quippy signing offline.